Hello, 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 hello. I am streaming. I'm we're playing 3 Ultimate today. I'm just doing some setup here, but oh, there's people here. Yay! Hello. Hello. Yeah, notification gang pulling up. So I just got to just send out the link. I just got to post the link everywhere I need to post it. You know, like I share it on Twitter, whatnot, and I'm gonna make I'm gonna have a community sort of poll here. We're gonna start a poll. The poll is gonna be, are caps locks on? Are you happy with Monster Hunter Wilds so far? It should be happy with what's shown for Monster Wild so far, and it'll be yes and no, and we'll start a poll. And I want you guys to tell me if there is anything you're not happy with, and then we can talk about it, you know? I think it would be fun. All right, and then the last thing I have to do is I have to pull up the chat on my phone. Because it's just easier for me to have the chat open on my phone and I read it off my phone. Not happy about is focus mode. Okay, I mean, yeah, I was kind of worried about it, but the more I've seen it, the more I've got confidence. I've got more confidence in it than I initially thought. So I'm just gonna share this. I have to send this to someone. There we go. Now I've sent the links out to everything. I want to see the Brachy revamp right now. You want to see the Brachy revamp? Here's the thing. I just got a haircut and I look gross. But I can wait a minute. I don't need to show it on, like, I don't need to turn my webcam. I can literally just show you guys. Yeah, I'll just I have an image of it. My chat is not behaving. There we go. There we go. Starting to not watch announcements to reduce spoilers, but here I am for the secondhand hype. I honestly, the problem is there are leaks going around. Now, I don't believe the leaks. I don't support the leaks. All right? But if they happen to be true, then yeah, like, we're good. People are already spoiling it. So if you want to stay unspoiled, definitely stay out of the, you know, just don't watch. Don't watch anything right now. I will quickly show off the Brachydios revamp. You know, we are playing 3 Ultimate, where he was introduced. Just gonna save it to my computer. I don't know why it's not already saved on my computer, but it is what it is. And I just click and drag. There it is. So this is my Brachydios revamp, and instructions for him is coming very soon. And I'm actually really proud of it. I think this might be one of my best work. Like, that's Brachydios, right? Like, it looks like him. Yeah. And he's a lot sturdier than the previous version of Brachydios, so I'm very excited to get it out for everyone to build, because I think y'all will really like Brachydios. Why is the chat not working? No, I have it here. All right. So, how is audio? Is the audio okay? Because I know my mic is a little bit loud. So let's just, you know, let me know if I need to change the audio, but I feel like the balance is okay. I feel like the balance is just fine, just right. At least in my opinion. Let's start playing. So today we're going to be playing Ultimate Custom Night. Audio's goog. Okay, that's good. Will you do a Basilgeuse revamp? I just made Basil Goose. Like, I just made him. I'm not gonna revamp him. He just came out. Um, so I'm not here to discuss leaks. I am not going to say any leaks, and if anyone mentions them in the chat, I'm just going to ignore any discussion of leaks. I think that's just for the best. Heard there's a way to still play 3U online for Wii U. Does anyone know how? I'm uneducated. Hold on. I'm also uneducated. I know that in the 3DS version there are fan servers. And you can like through it. It's simulated through local play, so that's how that's being done. So technically, it's not actual online servers. It's through local play. I'm pretty sure Pretendo servers exist. So, you can look into Pretendo. Legally, I'm not allowed to say that I support anything like that. But obviously, I would prefer if people had the opportunity to play Monster Hunter games any way possible. I think I think that we should all have the ability to play all the Monster Hunter games, and even if it's a population issue, you know, even if, because the truth is even with these fan set up servers, there's not enough people playing these games. Like, there just simply isn't, and that's the biggest issue with these online realms. Like, even me, I mostly just play offline, so you don't even see me, you know, playing these games often. I simply don't. Like, online, I mean, I play them often, but I don't play them online. So I'm part of the problem. Even though there are people who are playing these games who have connection to the online servers, they're just not playing in the online servers, which is so, like, it's just the way that it is, I guess. Have I started working on Ray Dow? No. I have not started working on Ray Dow yet. Actually, I was planning on probably starting Seregios, because as popular as Ray Dow is, and I think he's going to stay popular, I have a feeling that, because, what's his name? Arkveld is so similar to Seregios, I have a feeling Seregios is going to come back, and I think this is the right time for me to build a Lego Seregios. Ray Dow, I can build him, you know, when the game comes out, I feel like. I don't, there's no priority, there's no rush on that right now. But I will obviously do it. Actually, Balahara is higher up on my list, and that's just because I'd rather do the less popular monsters first than the more popular ones, as well as like do like the there's exceptions to that, right? Like I did Arkveld, I built Arkveld first because might as well. I mean, he's the flagship monster, and I'm able to make some cool promo art, and I want to be that guy that is like, hey, do you want a model of the monster before the game's even out, before Capcom has ever released, you know, a model of the monster? Well, here you go, and it's you know, the instructions are free. Just because I think it's important to, like, you know, hype up the community and encourage the community to really celebrate these new monsters. I can only do... No, I can't do honey. I have to go get some resource points. But do I want to? I kind of want to do some quests. I guess we could go free hunting for a little bit. Hello, Jacob. What's the custom night? Oh, I'll show you. You know what? Yeah, I'll show you Ultimate Custom Night. So... it's the code name for an experiment done to 3 Ultimate. This will not be public because there's no time, like, there's no time to bug test this. And also, I don't want to be the guy that's... I would not be the one to release something like this, but it's something I'm just playing around with because I thought it was cool. Ultimate Custom Night is Monster Hunter 3, but with multiple large monsters on the map at once. So, like this quest, Hunt a Baroth, well, there's also Diablos and Volvidon on the quest. Or this one, I have to deliver 5 Slytoth oils, and there is a lot of Leviathans. You know what? Let's give it a shot. All I have to do is get some Slagtoth oils, so this should be easy, right? I'm not going to talk about any leaked lists. I'm here to just fight Slagtoths. Yo, what? I caught a stream at the start and not the last 5 minutes? Oh, that's great. Well, it's because I'm actually starting the stream a little bit later today. Normally, I'd start it in the morning, but I need to experiment on what the best time to do streams is. How long exactly did Archiveld take you to make? It took me like 48 hours. Right? Like, I got it done in like a couple days. Of course, like, you know, like I had to eat, sleep. Actually, I was sick. I was sick that week. I had a cold. So, I did have to take some breaks just to like lie down. 98% loves Wilds, 2% doesn't. That says a lot. Yeah, no, Wilds is looking incredible. I don't know, did you guys see the new, did you see the, is that Global? Yeah, that's Global. So this is the appeal of Ultimate Custom Night. Do you guys see the opening segment of the game? So they, yeah, and then Plesioth is here. Hello. The opening cinematic and like assignment mission of Monster Hunter Wilds looks incredible. I am not joking, and this is kind of embarrassing, but like it actually got me like tearing up, like watching it, especially when I watch it in English, because this is like the first time in a long time that I feel like Monster Hunter has actually really respected itself as a world. Like it's respecting its world, it's respecting its characters, its identity in a way that I don't think it has before, where it feels like they're actually taking the time to take it seriously while not forgetting, you know, what makes Monster Hunter Monster Hunter. Like they're not afraid to like not make the cat be annoying and cute, right? The cat obviously is annoying and cute, but they're not afraid to also straight up just like make, that's where loot off is gonna be a problem. I didn't want to jump into the water. Oh. The game crashed. Okay. Maybe we don't do Ultimate Custom Night. See, this is why yeah, we're not going to release Ultimate Custom Night. Because it's just, there's no point in, like, bug testing if it's just not even going to work. But we're all good. Why do all your games keep crashing? I'll be honest, I don't know. But if it was a problem with Ultimate Custom Night, we're just gonna turn it off. I mean, I showed you what it, and normally it runs perfectly fine. It's just always whenever I'm streaming, things happen to go wrong. But I think I have it turned off now. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, it's turned off now. So we won't worry about Ultimate Custom Night. We will go free hunting though, because I do need resources. I'm kind of bummed they didn't show more of this, the Sunny Scarlet Forest. The TGS gameplay of it had the screwed up colors. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, the game is gonna come out. The game's gonna be beautiful. It's also just a genuine issue with I don't need shock traps for free hunting. It's fine. I also don't need this stuff. Might need antidotes. Yeah, should be good. The game's gonna come out. The game's gonna be pretty. We'll get a demo. We'll see how it looks. I had to really set up my computer so that it's not gonna have issues. But it should be fine. I have it. I have all the. I mean, I'm within spec, and I have allocated space on an SSD, so game's gonna be great. And I feel bad for people who don't have a computer that will be able to run it flawlessly. Like, that does suck. And I wish that they would maybe, you know, make their games work on lower hardware so that more people can buy the game. As I do think it is a genuine issue when people just can't, they can't play your game. And I think it might be some kind of, like, investment deal with PlayStation, maybe. They want it on Purple Ludroth, that's it. And that's fine. I have antidotes. Yeah, we'll use this weapon. Out of all the current announced Monsters Wilds, which one are you looking forward to hunting the most? Lalabarina. Lalabarina is cute. It's a cute spider monster. I hope that Nursilla can join Lalabarina. We can have some cool spiders. Because I like a good mix of different types of monsters. I'm not super into I should have killed those Kelby. Like, one of my issues with World was I felt that there was a lot of the same. Like, a lot of the monsters felt the same. It's a lot of Brute Wyverns, Fanged Wyverns, Flying Wyverns, and, you know, I like all those monsters, but just a bit more variety in type of monster would be better for me. I actually have the same problem with Monster Hunter 3. I feel that Monster Hunter 3 also lacks in monster variety. 3 Ultimate did a bit of an effort to fix it up by having the bear trio, but I think that maybe some more Elder Dragons would have actually benefited, or if he had one of the crabs, or one of the monkeys, maybe. I think that those types of monsters would have benefited Monster Hunter 3 just a little bit more. Just have a bit more variety in what we're hunting. That's my opinion. Haven't played 3U. How good is Switch Axe in this game? Well, it's like the early days of Switch Axe, so the moveset's a lot more reserved. A lot more simple. I liked Switch Axe in this game. I don't... Wow, he's got it out for me. I typically didn't spend a lot of time using Switch Axe later on, because here I am using Longsword. Because I like Longsword in 3rd gen a lot, because it's a lot simpler and it's more reminiscent of 2nd gen, which is my favorite Longsword is 2nd gen. So I'll be playing poorly, my typical garbage gameplay. What type is Lalabrina? Lalabrina is a Temosian. Temosian. I just call them the spiders. I don't know. Sometimes they use these like really complex names. Like, they could have just said, like, Arachnid, and that would have been fine. But they insisted on giving it a complicated in-universe title. It's irrelevant to me. I just call them spiders. Temnosarin. That's what it is. I just realized you were fighting Purple Ludroth, not just some amorphous creature that was just so happens to be in the game. Yeah, this is Purple Ludroth, which is a bit of a rarer monster these days. His last appearance was this game if you don't count stories, because I think he was in stories too. I think. Right? He was in stories too. Yeah, I think that if we had Daimo Hermitar in Monster Hunter 3 in the Deserted Island and Shogun Centaur in, like, the Volcano, I think that that really would have helped the monster variety. And I genuinely do believe that the Elder Dragon Trio and Kirin would have fit really well into Monster Hunter 3. And the only thing that really holds this game back for me is still the monster roster. I still think that Monster Hunter 2 and Monster Hunter 4 have better rosters than 3. But that's just my opinion. Some people really like the roster in 3, and I can see why. It's a pretty great roster. It's just so close to perfect in my eyes. If Wild skips Kirin, I'll be pretty upset, but I would hope that the gameplay is so good it just makes up for it. It seems like they probably want to move away from focusing too much on Elder Dragons this time around, which is okay. They don't have to focus on Elder Dragons so much. I know that Monster World really focused on Elder Dragons, and the endgame of Rise was definitely focused on Elder Dragons. Sunbreak kind of fixed it a bit, but Rise was definitely focused on those Elder Dragon hunts. And I think that with Wilds, they want to set it up so that just like the regular monsters are sort of the endgame fights, which I'm okay with, but I just hope in the expansion really doubles down on the Elder Dragons. We bring in all the favorites, because the truth is, like, if you look at the top 10, top 20 list, it's overwhelmingly dominated by Elder Dragons. Like, a lot of people's favorite fights in Monster Hunter are those Elder Dragon endgame fights. They love Fatalis, they love Elatreon, they love Nergigante, like Namiel, Valkana. And then, you know, someone like me, I really like the classics. I love Kirin, Teostra, Kashella, Chameleos. Those are the ones that people want the most as endgame, if we were talking, like, returning monsters. They're a huge part of the brand identity. Not to have my hopes too high, but I'm pretty confident that Kirin will come back. I have a feeling Kirin's going to come back. I think that it's going to be a secret fight that's going to be added way at the end. It's going to be a secret, like, bonus fight, sort of like Monster Hunter 1 and 2 and 4, where that's not really mandatory at all. Actually, World was the same way. It's not a mandatory fight at all. It's just sort of a secret extra monster that they've included. Oh, I'm gonna get this. Pikmin Jake for the win. Oh yeah. Returning to my Pikmin Jake days. Sunbreak was the biggest redemption in the franchise. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I definitely will say I definitely enjoyed Sunbreak a lot more than base Rise. But even then, I haven't touched Rise or Sunbreak in a long time. I think I got my fill. I got my fill in those games, and I don't need to play anymore. They're not my preferred Monster Hunter. Wilds is the one I'm just so excited for. I definitely want to see those other new Apexes. I want to know what the Ice Apex is, what the Fire Apex. I'm still holding on to Ignactor. I still think that a Fire Apex is going to be Ignactor. I think that he fits the best. If we're talking a returning Apex, my money is still on Ignactor. And if they're gonna bring back Zynogar, Make the weapon designs like the older... Oh, I'm sure they will. I'm pretty sure that was just a world... That was something that they probably wanted to experiment on in World. Like, oh, what if we made the weapons look like this instead? And it was just so poorly received by the community that they're like, okay, well, we won't do that again. I don't believe they're gonna do that again. I'd love if Lagiacrus was in the game. Make an old monster the new Apex would feel lame to me. You know, to each their own. I think that Ignactor would be a perfect fit for a volcanic Apex monster. He would, like, manipulate the lava flows, and he would, like, you know, drill into the walls, and it would, like, cause, like, you know, magma to pour out of the walls. And I think that they could do a lot with Ignactor. He's really overdue. But they, of course, like, there's an extremely high chance it's probably just going to be a new monster. I have faith. I have faith. I have a feeling that the ice region monster is going to be a new one. I don't think they're going to have a returning Apex for the ice region. The only one I'm considering is Volcano being Ignactor. They could shock us though. They could give us something. They could give us a real banger of a surprise. Who knows? Apex seem to follow two words name convention, so I feel like they're all gonna be... Yeah, but like, Lollabarina also follows the two-word naming convention. So I don't think it actually means anything. I didn't... You know? There's lots of monsters. I mean, Royal Luderoth has two names. You know, it's two-word name. I believe it's just coincidence. I believe it's just coincidence. Okay, like if it's, you know, if there's two monsters with similar, you know, name structure, like, it's a coincidence. If it's three, then it's a pattern. Then it's a pattern. It would be really funny if there was 5 maps and the first 4, all their apexes were, you know, double names, right? Double word names. And then we get to the 5th map and it's a single word. Like, they just completely break the pattern. That would be funny. What subspecies do you suspect to return? Azure and Pink, but depending on whether or not Azure and Pink come back, I think dictates... Oh my goodness. Stop. I think depending on whether or not Azure and Pink come back will dictate whether other subspecies come back. When I read the Monster Hunter World book, they decided Azure and Pink to be in the game because, well, for Pink, it was because regular Rathian in World was not regular Rathian was not a required fight. You were not required to hunt Rathian in World. And the Rathalos that they designed for World was apparently too difficult. So they had to kind of scale him back. They decided later on to add Azure Rathalos. And Azure Rathalos was the Rathalos that they originally had planned for World before they scaled it back. So when you fight Azure Rathalos in World, you're actually fighting the original intention for regular Rathalos. And I guess they were like 2 birds, 1 stone. This way you have to fight Rathian now, and it also kind of introduces the player to a higher level of difficulty by making you hunt Pink Rathian, which looks actually different from regular Rathian, to sort of introduce high rank. And then they're like, oh, well, we might as well, let's create that super Rathalos that we originally envisioned. and then we got edgier in pink. Black Diablos kind of just came with it. They were just like, that was just something that they settled on after. Like, I might as well do Black Diablos. Obviously, Steel Urigan never made it in never made it into World, which is a shame, or Orochi Kirin, but so ultimately they're selective, right? They're selective on what they choose. Nibble Snarf in Wilds? That'd be cool. The only reason why I don't see Nibble Snarf is just because I feel like he plays too closely to what Balahara's position is. But of course, like, they could really surprise us. And like I've said always, like, I'm more of a fan of older monsters rather, like, I'd rather a game of just returning monsters. That's what I would prefer personally. I don't need any new ones. Obviously, I appreciate the new ones and I love them. I think they're awesome. But I'm not like, you know, I don't need a new one to be satisfied. If it was all returning monsters, I would actually be very satisfied because this game looks incredible. And ooh, Pink Rathian, you know, we were just talking about you. A lot of, you know, a lot of my favorite moments in Monster Hunter was seeing how, you know, I'd fight a monster and then I'd find out the monster returned in a later game, and then you get to see it behave differently in all the new, you know, systems and behaviors that were introduced. Like the evolution of Pink Rathian, for example, like first and second gen Pink Rathian, I don't really like it at all, but this version of Pink Rathian is fantastic, and obviously in World she looks even better. And she behaves really cool. It's just cool to sort of see them. It's not really about necessarily an upgrade, but rather it's cool to see them evolve with all the new systems. And that's why I really like seeing the old monsters return. Like, I kind of made a joke in my monster return video where it's like, if Cephadrome came back, if Cephadrome was in the place of Balahara, I would be so happy. I'd be so incredibly happy, but, you know, clearly Capcom would rather just do Balahara, and I'm sure Balahara is a great monster. So, it all comes down to whatever they choose. The logo wilds are 2 snakes. We don't know anything else about that. I've been starting to think, what if the snakes in the logo design just represent the chains? What if they just represent the chains on Arkveld's wings, you know? But it is most likely two wyverns that are interconnected in some way. Kind of like what my theory is. Where if it's not Gormagala, then I believe that it's probably like Arkveld and another monster are like arch rivals. And we have to find a way to defeat one of them. So, I mean, we'll see what that other monster is. But that's just my theory, of course. Probably won't be Gormagala. Only returning monsters would be great for a portable game. See, I disagree. I think portable games are better for crazy experimentation and really, like, interesting new monsters. While I think that the mainline games are really great for finding new ways of, like, environmental storytelling with the monsters and with the world design, because the mainline titles tend to be more focused on the world view and the overall game aesthetics, while the portable games are more experimental with the gameplay itself. So that's why in the portable titles, I'm totally down for more new, fresh monsters, interesting monster ideas. But mainline titles, it's like, well, if you're going to add in this new weather system and all these new beautiful locales and all these new gameplay features, well, I want to see the old monsters in those features. It'd be nice if in the expansion is all returning. Yeah, I can see that too. Like that, I think the expansion is probably the best place for tons of returning monsters. What frontier monsters would be perfect for wilds in your opinion? Guren Zero, however you say his name. He's like the water flying wyvern. I think he'd be great for wilds. There's that one. I'm gonna leave the area to sharpen. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys an unpopular opinion. Everyone keeps saying that riding on the Sacrets to escape and to sharpen is like game breaking. Not game breaking, but it's like it's too convenient. But it's like, guys, I mean, think about it. How many times have you left the area to heal and sharpen? And it doesn't matter if you're playing in a group of 4 anyway, because if you're playing in a... Oh, she left. If you're playing in a group of 4, you just wait for the monster to target the other 3 players, and then you sharpen your weapon. It's no different. I don't think it's a big deal, is what I'm trying to say. I think a lot of the things that people are freaking out about are not that big of a deal. And a lot of it, I think, comes from... like I'm part of the, like, I'm part of that group. I used to be the boomer hunter that said like, oh, you know, it was harder back in those days. And now I'm becoming the boomer hunter that says like, oh yeah, it was harder back in those days, and I don't want to go back to that. Which is such a transformation. Seeing the trailer of Wilds, you see the environmental change all the time, and the sandstorm is lightning happening around the area. So what if the main monster is causing it? Maybe, but also it could just be the weather, you know? I think the idea is that because the problem with that is it would affect the narrative too much if we defeat the main monster and the weather is still the way that it is. I think it works a lot better for the benefit of the game narrative to just simply say that the monsters, that the weather is the weather. It's just really, really bad weather. And Monster Hunter has always had kind of crazy weather. That's not even a new thing. I don't know where the Rathian went. I still feel like the old school Monster Hunter games are not that much harder. They're harder in different ways. But, you know, I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Have any of you tried to do the training school quests in Monster Hunter G? Do you all know how to unlock Lao Shen Lung offline in Monster Hunter G? You have to complete every single training school quest in every single weapon type. And I like... It's horrible. Like, it is actually horrible. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's torturous. There's a reason why they changed it in the later games. It's torturous. You have no healing items. Oh yeah, I think that the best part about the training school quests is that you get like no items, no supply items. The map will give you random items if you collect on the map. Like if you like go to the mining spot, you mine, and it's like, oh, here's a throwing knife. Like, okay, what do you do with that? Against Plesioth? Like nothing? Good luck trying to find where a potion is, because it's different on every quest. The spawns are different. So it's like this horrible trial and error. Oh, if you faint once, it's just like over. It's just you don't get a second try. And the monsters definitely just take you out in 1 or 2 hits. And of course there's the Vespoids. The Vespoids are just, they never stop spawning. There's hundreds of them. Like, monsters never stop spawning in that game. Like, without a doubt, on average, the games were a lot harder back then. the game is harder in different ways now. A lot of it has to do, I think, with I think a lot of the difficulty actually comes from just learning the weapons and learning the different mechanics of Monster Hunter. Like that's the real difficulty curve now, and that's what they're trying to sort of solve. They're trying to make it easier for new players. I talk about it all the time on my streams, but the truth is, every time I try to introduce a new person to Monster Hunter, they struggle for the first couple hours just to understand that, like, when their weapon is unsheathed or sheathed, you have a different set of controls. Like, that is confusing, and that leads to a lot of difficulty and confusion. Because it's not like that in other games. You know, even if you have someone go from Dark Souls to Monster Hunter, they're used to being able to just use recovery items while the sword is out. But in this game, you have to put the sword away. In order to do a lot of evasive actions, you got to put the sword away. And that's something that you have to figure out. And once you've overcome that, the game definitely becomes a lot easier. And I think Capcom is trying to find ways to make this easier. Like how they have like a button. They've got an instruction manual open on the screen at all times in Wilds. And World was like that too, where like you know, immediately it just tells you the controls. You have to press this to do that. Because it's confusing. Who's the one person not happy with Wilds? I don't know. All that to fight Lao? Yes. All that to fight Lao. I think Wilds already looks way more amazing than World. I agree. Does Monster Wiki have reliable info on the monster ecology? No. No. Do not go to the Monster Hunter Wiki for reliable lore at all, on anything. They're working on a new wiki. I don't know how to access it. There's these talks about, like, yes, there's a new wiki, and it has proper sources on every piece of ecology from all the proper books. But frankly, when it comes to Monster Hunter ecology and lore, I wouldn't take it as matter of fact. Like, it's better to not take Monster Hunter lore as matter of fact, because it's all really subject to change. It's a lot like Pokemon, where, like, yeah, they definitely write these things in order to have some semblance of like a world with rules. But these are things that they will gladly change on a dime if it suits a new narrative. Like, they don't care. They aren't set in stone. The thematics and the like the relationship between the player, like the actual, like, the actions of playing the game, I think is more important, and what we can unpack from the relationship between the player and the game, and like what being a hunter means, I think that is where we'll find real value. It's cool to sort of unpack the fictional ecology. There's definitely, like, there is still value to it. It's this idea of, like, okay, how would Earth be like if, you know, if instead of normal birds we had a bunch of giant dragons? Like, what if instead of normal, you know, frogs, we had these giant frogs? So it's an interesting thought experiment. It's an interesting thought experiment, but when it comes to, like, the individual lore, definitely don't use the wiki for that. If you want accurate, why did Kayamba just dung bomb? If you want accurate information on monster ecology, just look up banned Lagiacrus and then the monster that you're looking up, because he will provide actual sources. And he'll give you, like, on his Twitter. It's on his Twitter. He'll have, like, see, I'm going to do the thing again where I'm going to leave the area sharpened. He'll give actual sources, and he'll give accurate ecology details from the actual books. So, yeah, look up, if you want accurate information, look up banned Lagiacrus and then the monster name that you're interested in. What a weird name, Band Legiacris. It came from the old days of like the Monster Hunter Wiki back, you know, during like Freedom Unite, Portable Third, Monster Try. So he's banned. He's banned off the wiki. He's the Band Legiacris. It's you know, back when there were, you know, when things were different, when things were simpler, where people debated whether or not the Feline Village games were canon. Different time. That's where I grew up. I grew up on those forums. Didn't he make up the Black Faith Dragon lore? I don't believe he made up the Black Dragon lore. I am pretty sure that all his information did come from a source. It might have been mistranslated, but I trust his words because he does take it directly from the books. And even if it's mistranslated, it's as close to as truth as possible. But again, like, this is what I keep saying. Like, if you dwell too much, if you put too much stock in the lore of the monsters, it's just gonna become a confusing mess. Because, like I said, it's like Pokemon. It doesn't matter. The ecology is there. It's a huge part of the dressing of the game. It's a huge part of the reason why we like it. But truthfully, it's not... it's subject to change. Like, it's all subject to change, and it'll change from game to game. Like, truthfully, Black Diablos was never always, you know, a female Diablos and a subspecies of Diablos where those subspecies, the females in heat, turn black. Originally, Black Diablos was just a subspecies of Diablos. They changed that later. When I was a kid, I was told that pink and azure wraths were a genetic mutation. I don't believe that's still canon. I believe that that's not canon at all. My understanding, what I was told when I was younger, was that it's a genetic mutation where the pigments of the monsters are switched. So where Rathian is getting the Rathalos pigments, which turns it pink, and the Rathalos is getting the Rathian pigments, which turns it blue. And because of the mutation, they are more successful, and then they became their own subspecies. But I don't think that's canon at all. Like, I think that someone just made that up and told me, or it came from an older book that's just no longer canon. I just want to give a shout out to everyone here right now. You guys are awesome. I've got 110 people watching. I'm glad to have all of you here. It's great. I'm able to just ramble on about Monster Hunter, like, for on and on and on and on. And if I ever miss a message, please just send it again. Just send the message again if I miss it, because if you get me started, I'll just keep talking forever, right? Like, but if you want to support me, of course, check out my Patreon. I showed it off a little bit earlier. I'm going to show it again here. Where is it? Brachydios. I just finished Brachydios, a revision of Brachydios. And instructions for that revision will come soon. Don't build the old version of Brachydios. If you go on there right now, the Brachydios on there is the old version of Brachydios. He doesn't look like this. But I have a bunch of other things on the way, including Gravios. I've got my Gravios instructions coming soon. So if you want to have some cool toys, some cool Monster Hunter toys you build, you can hunt, if you've got kids, you can play with your kids, introduce them to Monster Hunter through Lego, through the toys. It's a wonderful, great experience. And yeah, if you want to support me and my livelihood, you get some cool Lego instructions as sort of a return from me. Come on, give me a Kelby horn. Blue Kelby horn's fine. A Cantor. Oh, a Cantor is coming. What do I think of the Pokemon leaks? Legally, I cannot support leaks. But let's say theoretically it was, you know, it was a different big company, multi-million-dollar company. And that multi-million-dollar company was doing some horrible stuff. you know, like mistreating employees, but also just like just abusing draconic copyright laws, then I would say that, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's, I think that karma caught up to them, you know? Just gonna say that, but I'm not saying that about the Pokemon Company or Game Freak. And I hope that anyone that is negatively affected by this isn't, doesn't go too far. You know, no one's livelihoods are ruined. But, you know, multi-million-dollar companies, they keep on making money. Ain't nothing gonna stop them. So, I'm gonna signal Kayamba and see if anything else spawned. Because sometimes other monsters can spawn. Oh, yeah, something spawned. Area 9. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I thought this was about the pedo stuff. Oh, that stuff? Yeah. Like, I have thoughts on that. And the thoughts are basically like, look, ask anyone that's done working with, Gobble? Yo, it's Gobble! What is Gobble doing here? Oh, this is weird. Hi, Gobble. I don't think you're supposed to be here, bro. When anyone who does spends any time writing, right? You have to, if you have other people who are working under you, let's say you're the head writer or you're like the main story guy, you have to provide the people under you some kind of content that helps them flesh out their writing for the final product. This happens all the time. Actually, there was recently a big leak, like the same week, there was a big leak of Bionicle. And I'm a big Lego guy, I'm a big Bionicle guy. And a whole bunch of stuff that was never meant to see the light of day came up about Bionicle, and it was really inappropriate. The people working on Bionicle were way hornier than the people working on Pokemon. Like, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's crazy. And this just happens. Behind the scenes, this kind of stuff happens, and it's not, I don't think it's weird. I think that it's understandable, and it's also understandable why this, you know, the written stuff that came up was just never made public, because, one, it's subject to change, or it's just inappropriate for Pokemon. So, that's why, like, in the end, it's like, oh, it's weird. And I do think it's weird. It's like, well, it's interesting to look at, but I think we can all comfortably say it doesn't matter. I think that the worst thing it could do is it's just gonna become a bad joke, right? That there's gonna be a bunch of people making jokes about Typhlosion for the next 20 years because of the leak. What, is Gobble supposed to be here? I've never seen it before in try. Well, this is Ultimate Custom Night, so who knows what might happen. No, no, this can happen in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. It is possible for Gobble to spawn in Desert Island, and it's also possible for him to come all the way up to this area. I think this leak is going to have some serious consequences. I just think that the community is just going to be kind of annoying about it. That's all. And I would hope that the I would hope that whoever, you know, that the multi-million-dollar company doesn't like abuse any sort of law as a result of this stuff that came out, though. How's this mod work? I don't have any mod turned on right now. I briefly was testing out Ultimate Custom Night, but it like crashed on the first quest I did, so I don't know why. It never It had no problems before, but it's one of those things where there's a reason why, like, you can experiment with these games, but there's a reason why this stuff shouldn't be made public, because it's just full of bugs, issues. Also playing 3U right now. Got 2 Lygaicrus plates before 1 horn, 64% per hunt. Nope. Got the 2 1% plates. Wouldn't be annoyed if it wasn't 40-minute hunts and starting armor. Yeah, this game is kind of cruel with that. What do you think about Wild's weather cycles? I feel like it would be cool, maybe in high rank, if each map had at least one other inclemency period. I think it'd be repetitive otherwise. I think that the gimmick is, like any gimmick of any Monster Hunter game, is going to be repetitive. Like, there's no escaping repetition. There's no escaping repetition in Monster Hunter. And I think it's wild to be concerned about repetition in Monster Hunter, since is that not what we do? Do we not do the exact same hunt? You know, every time we mount the monster, it's the exact same animation. Every time we clutch clawed onto the monster, it's exactly the same. Every time we wyvern rided a monster and rise, exactly the same. So. That was just a bad. Whoa, what? Okay, didn't affect me. Personally, I would like more natural weather cycles, so it doesn't feel so gimmicky. So I'll agree with you there. Like, it'd be nice if, you know, maybe the desert just doesn't have an inclemency period for a long time. It's just really hot for a long time. And we're stuck in the... What's it called when it's like the region is like, it sucks? Because there's the period where things are good. It's like the, what's it called? Like the folly or whatever? The happy times? The fallow. What GPU do you have? I'm curious if you're going to play Wilds on PC. I am going to play Wilds on PC. My GPU is an RTX 3060. And I have a good feeling it's going to be okay because, like, my CPU is really good. I have more than enough RAM. So I have a feeling that it's going to be just fine. I have a feeling that they are overestimating what's required so that they can't be held accountable for when their game is inevitably kind of broken. But, you know, I've seen Rurikon and Gaijin Hunter talk about it, and they're like, well, this is hot off the heels of, you know, Dragon's Dogma 2, but the way that Dragon's Dogma 2 operated was really CPU and RAM intense. It wasn't really that much GPU intense because of all of the activity within the game. But there's not a lot of activity and like constant checking that the game is doing about status of NPCs. So I have a feeling that the game is going to be just fine. I think that if it's running fine on a PS5, I want to say that most, like, if you've got like 30 series or above, like a late 30 series or above, you're probably absolutely fine. They fixed DD2 with the latest update, though. Yeah, I mean, Monster Hunter World had trouble on launch with PC. It also needed optimization, and eventually it got a lot of optimization updates, and now Monster Hunter World runs the best it's ever has on PC. So, it kind of sucks, but I'm sure by the time the expansion comes out, Wilds is going to be fantastic. It's just sort of a... We're in a rough period with gaming. This is just how it's going to be going forward. There's not a lot we can do about it. We can just keep complaining, and that's about it. They have this one or two areas that are more intensive than the rest of the game, and it's kind of warranted. Yeah. Plenty and fallow and windward blades. It goes plenty, inclemency, fallow. In a cycle in Skyforce, it goes fallow, downpour, plenty. On the weather forecast, you can see. Oh, okay, well that's neat. Monster World runs amazing on my potato PC. I was able to get Monster World running on a Mac, on a Macintosh computer. I was able to get Monster World to run. So, I have a feeling that, and that obviously was due to the optimization. I think Wilds has some nice foreshadowing for underwater, so Monster 7 will be back down under, no? Yeah. Yeah, like, underwater is inevitable. Oh, what's he doing? Is he stuck? Go Bull. What are you doing? Go Bull. Come on. This music for Goebbels. What's he doing? No. No, don't tell me. No. Is he stuck? By the way, there is no mod on. This is Goebel acting as the game should act. There's some like weird visual stuff going on here. I don't like how the visuals are here. Maybe it has to do with like texture upscaling. What do I do? Do I just wait? Welcome to Gen 3. They have almost 5 months to make it better optimization. Yeah, no, this... I have a good feeling. This sucks. Oh, is he gonna move? Global? There he goes. The only thing I had to throw at it was a trank bomb, and I didn't want to waste a trank bomb. Oh, nice. I believe Monster 6 did some underwater testing, I'm not sure. And not late into development, more early. They cut it, but kept everything they wanted to be able to do it, learning what they can. Well, yeah, they did. They probably did that with World, too. There's probably lots of testing with underwater combat. Because truthfully, they're aware that people want to see underwater combat come back. It's just, it's such a massive ask. It's not simple. It's never been simple. I mean, think about it, right? We have an entire moveset, weapon moveset, and we have to duplicate that moveset for underwater. That's a big ask. It's like doubling the amount of player actions that they have to put together for all 14 weapon types. I mean, I talk about it all the time. Like, how would you make Insect Glaive work underwater? Does the insect drown? Do they change Insect Glaive to be like Amphibian Glaive? Or like Crab Glaive? Crustacean Glaive. Water Kinsects. But they'd have to be designed for swimming, not flying. I would be the kind of person that'd be petty about that. Like I would be like, this is stupid. Like why is my flying insect creature not drowning? How is he able to fly underwater? I need the Gobble to die, like right now. Squid for underwater? Yeah, that could be cute. You get like a squid. Tokudo went underwater in Wilds. He said, no, don't panic. No underwater combat in this game. And Pomerine chat, he said, huh, you actually want it. Well, yeah, I'm sure that the development team has, you know, they've debated this on and off. Like, there's no way they haven't. I'm sure that the conclusions that they came to was simply, it's a neat idea. It's probably just too much work to be worth it. And that's why they just have never prioritized it. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I don't blame them whatsoever. I said you were thinking about a 15th and 16th weapon all the... They were thinking about 15 and 16 weapon all the time and talk about it during Dev a lot. Yeah, there was an interview where they talked about that, and they said, look, do we really want to dedicate all that time to a new weapon, or could we prioritize all that dev time towards, you know, just making the game better, or all the other new cool things they can add, or a new monster, or returning, or, you know, fixing up a returning monster, or making the game run better. There's so many other things that they could be focusing on. I would be pretty upset if I was working at Capcom and they told me, okay, you need to design, you know, the weapons for this monster. And it's like, okay, you know, you spend hours designing the first 14 types, you know, all 14 weapon types. And they're like, okay, we need to design 2 more. It's like, I already dedicated 3 weeks of my life to this, and I have to design 2 more? 14's a good number. There's some insects and arachnids that can remain underwater without breathing for hours or days. Like, look, I get that, but like, you're like, they would have to design all the kinsects to function. Like, they would have to have like their own swimming mechanics. They can't be flapping their wings like they're flying underwater. Like, they would have to, like, when they were shot, if they're shot out, they would have to like do like a little like swim animation or something. I'm just saying it's a whole lot of extra work that they would probably rather just not do. And again, like, I'm not saying this is someone that doesn't want underwater combat. I want underwater combat. I want Legiacris underwater. I want to fight Gobble underwater. I'm saying this from the perspective of, okay, if I was a developer and I had the option, hey, you've got 2 choices. Either you spend a year developing underwater combat and making everything work, or you spend that year to, like, all these other aspects of the game. Optimization, graphics, monsters, making the weapons look nicer so you don't have to slap on designs, making the environments look better, working on the story, the voice acting, cutscenes. Like, there's the music, the overall aesthetic, or you work on underwater. And I feel like most of the developers are like, I think that people would rather just have a good game, not a game that we put underwater combat in, and then there was like a struggle everywhere else. That's what I earnestly believe, that if it basically it came down to a vote, and they are all like, is this actually worth it? And they every time it's no. Every time they test and they say, no, it's not worth it. Not yet. Maybe after Wilds, maybe Wilds is going to, like, perfect Monster Hunter. Like, maybe Monster Hunter will truly be perfected and it can't be improved upon. Then at that point, maybe we might see underwater combat be reintroduced, because at that point they've already have it figured out. It's perfected. That's the only way I see it happening. Villager requests. Oh, I need hunt report. Hunt report. Dung. Supersized dung. I didn't get anything good. Like a light crystal? Lamp mask. Oh, I want this. Mock mailings. Yeah, give me this. Okay. Change mask. There we go. Perfect. MHWilds is the perfect life form. Thing is, with 15 weapon is most of the potential identity of the weapon could have is almost full, if not already full. That too. Yeah, like there's already so much identity with all the other weapons. Like they have to make a new weapon that doesn't overlap with any of the other ones. Like, you can't have like another pole weapon because it'll overlap with Insect Glaive. It's like all the development time they could put into like a new like bow staff weapon. Why don't they just put it towards Insect Glaive and make Insect Glaive better? Every current weapon needs to feel completely unique and go into a playstyle and niche other weapons can't before a new weapon's introduced. I could see that. Imagine they introduce the Z-axis in a different way than underwater with aerial combat. I don't want aerial combat at all. Sometimes I wish there was a third monster team that'd be like mainline, but more releasing smaller titles that have smaller roster and more thought out ideas. Bringing back old maps on monsters. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But I feel like the third team would end up being something like... it'd end up being more like Frontier in the end. Okay, I'm gonna make some honey, dizzy bees, herbs. Yeah, I'll do. No, I don't want herbs. I want blue mushroom. Something else I have very few of. Mite seeds. Dragon toadstool. But this costs like a lot, doesn't it? Ooh, yeah. Okay, whatever. Tonfas or gravity spikes are already programmed, just port them, no? No, not quite. Not quite. It's not quite the same. The way that they do like the overall actions of all like the they have they redid all the animations for all the weapons going into 5th gen. Every animation was changed. You can't just take a 2nd gen animation and plop into 5th gen. It'll definitely would not look right. They would have to redo all the animations from the ground up. Also, all of the weapons that they designed for Frontier are for Frontier monsters, which are not in mainline games. So they'd have to remake all the weapons from scratch. It's not that simple. It was a lot easier to introduce a new weapon in 2nd gen than it is to introduce a new weapon now. Like, everything's changed. Everything's more complicated than it's ever been. It's not like, I think if maybe the weapons only had, like, 1 or 2 attacks like they did in 2nd gen. I shouldn't say 1 or 2. They obviously had more. They had less than a dozen attacks. Then I could see it being easier. But now these weapons have close to 24 different attack animations. Like, each weapon. Not including the range. The ranged are pretty simple, but you know what I mean. There's nuance to everything, right? Do I can do that later. So we have to hunt. Hunters have way more frames now. There's that too. Let's hunt Rathalos. Want some to de-anime some of the weapons, make it feel more grounded. That might be difficult. Longsword has gotten ridiculous. Okay, so Rathalos is on this quest. The only fantasy that I would like to see as monster is a sword whip kind of weapon. Maybe. Oh, yes! Give me this. No, I wanted... Why didn't it give me Dragonbone Relic? This game's evil. You know, the attention of the longsword got in Wilds is crazy. It's funny, every time I watch like someone play the game, they immediately just choose longsword. I say that even though I'm using longsword right now. Trust me, it's not lost on me. I am living irony. I don't use longsword in 5th gen. I think that sort of says enough. Wait, what? What did you just say? Wait, oh, what? They said something about Rathalos. I did not bring Mega Potions. I was supposed to bring Mega Potion. I didn't bring Mega Potions. There's no charge blade in 3rd gen. We understand that. Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth right there. The only reason why I'm using longsword is because charge blade's not in this game. I'm gonna collect honey and just make Mega Potions. It's the most popular weapon. It only makes sense for the excitement for it when it is carried over. Yeah, of course. Well, that's where the irony is, right? It's the fact that I'm using longsword and I'm like, wow, why does longsword get so much attention? What's that all about? Why is everyone using longsword? Weird. Imagine a Brachydios flock like for you. Yeah. No, I would love that. What was that noise? Potion. Honey. Garbage. Cool. People complaining about a weapon getting cooler is crazy, not gonna lie. That's not quite what's happening. There's many ways a weapon could get cooler. And some people prefer a weapon being cool when it's slow and deadly, rather than being flashy and aggressive. Like, completely different styles of cool. There's like samurai cool, and then there's anime protag cool. Different kinds of cool. Am I crazy? Signal. Oh, okay, it's there. I was like, is Rathalos not on this map? I was about to freak out. I went the long way. Okay, there he is. The more spinning and jumping is cooler for me. Yeah, some people just think that spinning and jumping is cooler, and then other people prefer when it's like slow and heavy, and like that's cool. It's all a level of preference, right? I'm trying to think of like what's like truly anti-cool. Like what's like it's just that's not cool at all. Like that's just stupid. It'd be like if like the weapon like just broke in half when you hit the monster and then made like a stupid flatulence noise. It's like, "Oh no, oops." That's definitely the opposite of cool. Speaking of opposite of cool, my favorite attack Rathalos has ever had is backwards fireball. I love backwards fireball. Also known as BFB, the classic BFB. You mean Congalella? Yeah. No. No. I think it's funny, I think, that you like the simplicity of Monster Hunter and then main the most complex weapon. I would argue that bowgun is more, bowgun's more complex. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I totally get what you mean. Well, I like it when Charge Blade, he's gonna backwards fireball. Yep. Roar into backwards fireball is like the best thing that Capcom's ever come up with. He's really big. Isn't it cool? What isn't cool about blocking an attack and uppercutting with your shield? Yeah. So I'm doing horrible here. You know, off stream last night, I hunted a high rank Rathalos. And I didn't have any issues. So I don't know what's happening here. I'm off my game. I was never on my game. Let's be honest. You think I'm a speedrunner? No, I analyze Monster Hunter and think deeper about it than no one ever should think. I overanalyze. It's not that deep, bro. There we go, not bad. Got a full combo. Imagine if monsters had to charge up Hunter arts. Definitely the best one is Rathalos. Roar into backwards fireball. That's his monster art. He's like, I gotta wait until a gauge is charged up. That's like his special silk bind ability. Silk, what are they called? The wire bug ability? I don't know. I forget what they're called. I'm so like done. I'm so like Rise is just out of my brain these days. I like it's just a blur in my memory now. Switch skills? Sure. Yeah, that's 3 Wirebug Silkbind, roar into backwards fireball. Switch skill is not a Silkbind. Whatever. Who cares? Doesn't matter. So saying earlier that yeah, watching the cutscene. This is before the game crashed, like at the beginning of the stream, but watching the opening cutscene of MHWilds and just seeing the like the small child, the girl, and being saved by the hunter, and she's like crying, and it's like, have we ever seen like how often do people cry in Monster Hunter? And like this is the first time it's felt like real. Like it's not just kind of silly. Like you remember in Legends of the Guild, right? Like two characters died in Legends of the Guild, and it's like it's almost like they didn't the movie didn't care. It's like the movie didn't care at all. Like what was that about? But I like the tension that MHWilds sort of brings, where there, you know, like there is a genuine danger to these monsters and to the world of Monster Hunter. This is a wild world, and it's difficult. And so when the hunter comes along and they're pulling off these things, and the brother character that you rescue, he just says to you, he's like, how did you do that? How did you beat the Chadacabra? And like the handler and the hunter, they treat it like, oh, like he doesn't know, and they're used to that. That was interesting. It's like, no, there's people that, of course, like they won't be aware. They'll be in awe that someone is as trained and as capable as the hunter to be able to take on these monsters. And that level of like self-respect that the game was giving itself, I was like, where has this been in Monster Hunter all this time? You know? Like, why hasn't Monster Hunter ever done this? Even World didn't really treat itself with that much respect. Oh, he's gonna die. That Aptonoff? Or is he not? Is the Aptonoff? Yeah, the Aptonoff's gonna die. Check this out. Oh, he's not? Okay. Backwards fireball. I guess it's going after me. I think Hunters of the Guild are new to the Forbidden Lands. Oh, absolutely. Like that's part of the story, right? But it's just really interesting to finally see something like that. Like, because there's a chance that there would be people, you know, especially younger folk, that probably have never seen a hunter. It doesn't matter if it's in the Forbidden Lands or not. There's going to be people that they'll be saved by the hunter, and they'll be like, how did you take down a Rathalos? Like, that's insane. How did you successfully kill this thing? And like, you walk it off like it's nothing. And they treat you like you're a hero. But to you, it's like, well, you know, this is just another day on the job. And it's an interesting sort of dynamic. And I don't think we've really seen NPCs react like that before in Monster Hunter. Because they either already treat you like you're a god, or like it's like, oh, this is no problem for you, right? You can kill like 40 Rathaloses. There's no issue. This is like the first time a character's like, what, you're actually gonna try and fight that thing? And it's like, yeah. And then you do, and they're like, what? How did you do that? It's cool. And even if like it may have happened like in the lore, it's cool to see it in a cutscene and it be like the focus of the cutscene. To be so heavily structured around this dynamic of the non-hunter and the hunter, and that relationship, as well as your relationship with nature as well, which is definitely, you know, commented on in that cutscene, with the way that the family and their secrets, how they interact with it, and they have like a respect for it. So that's why I ended up getting really emotional when I watched that cutscene and the opening, and like, because it felt like, I don't know, like okay, I'm also a Star Wars guy, as you know, and when Star Wars released the Mandalorian, right? They did the season 2. They had the famous character Luke Skywalker. He came back, right? When he came back, there were people doing like reactions on YouTube, and all these like diehard fans were like crying, They're like, they were crying to see this character. They're like, oh my goodness, they're finally giving us what we asked for. And it was, I guess for me, it was like, I didn't cry with Luke Skywalker. I was like, that was cool, but I wasn't like crying. But when it came to Monster Hunter, I was like, it was weird. I was having a reaction like that, where I was like, oh my goodness, they're like, this feels like what Monster Hunter should have always been. It's like they're giving me what, like, I don't feel crazy anymore. Like, all the weird stuff I'm talking about nature and, like, the hunter and respect, and it's like they're taking it all seriously now. And especially with the plot being about, like, oh, this animal is extinct, but Nada wants to just kill it out of spite. Because he's fearful of it. But the hunter, I don't even think the hunter is even afraid of Arkfeld. Hunter doesn't care. Hunter certainly isn't afraid. And I guess seeing that dynamic is interesting. It's cool. It's the kind of stuff I've been talking about all this for years, and people call me crazy. And now it's like right before my eyes, I'm seeing them, and it's like they're gonna finally do a story. They're gonna do a story about the stuff I keep talking about, and they're gonna put it into words in ways that I never could because they're the actual writers of Monster Hunter. And I'm happy. So that was my Luke Skywalker moment. As cringe as that might be. Cool. I like the manga for that reason. There are people who can take on Tigrex or Tigrex, and they're considered monsters themselves. Yeah, there you go. Be upset if they introduce traces of the Equal Dragon Weapon? No, I would have no issue with the Equal Dragon Weapon, as long as they introduce the Equal Dragon Weapon the way that I have talked about it this whole time. The Equal Dragon Weapon should not be something that you actually physically interact with. You should never physically interact with something called the Equal Dragon Weapon. It should always be, hey, there's this urban legend, this urban myth, that there was a thing that an ancient civilization may or may not have made called the Equal Dragon Weapon. Is it real? Who knows? However, it stands as a reminder. Never ever build the Equal Dragon Weapon. That's the whole point. It's like those sci-fi novels where it's like, never ever let AI have control over the world. Otherwise it will take over the world. That's the whole point. The Equal Dragon Weapon is meant to be a myth. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's meant to just be a reminder of, please don't ever make it real. That's it. Don't ever make it real. If they were to do an Equal Dragon Weapon story, you would have to treat it like the creation of the nuclear bomb. Like, you'd have to treat it with the same, like... Otherwise, it would be a joke. Like, I don't want the Equal Dragon Weapon to be treated like a joke. Like, I'd want it to be taken as seriously as, like, as Oppenheimer. I'm dead serious. Like, it needs to be treated with respect. Like, they're like, should we actually do this? And then once they do it, the guy who made the Equal Dragon Weapon is like, oh, I've made a mistake. This was such a bad idea. This is an unprecedented abuse of control over reality. Otherwise, they shouldn't touch the Equal Dragon Weapon at all. If they want a powerful story. If they did that, damn. Powerful story. Powerful story. Fantastic. Atal Ka was a good enough Equal Dragon Weapon for you? Yeah, it's fine. Probably elements of that ended up in the Atal Ka. Watch your Monster 2 video, listen to your Witches of Monster 6. I had a feeling you were right on the money with what you were hoping for and expecting. You seem to have your finger right on the pulse of the series. Thank you. Well, like... I wish I could just see Ryozo-san and I could just tell him straight to his face, like I get it. I get what you're trying to do here. There's a lot of people that focus on the meta. There's a lot of people that focus on the gameplay, right? There's a lot of people that focus on the cool monsters or the cool world. And it's like, I see it all. Like, I see it all. I see what you're trying to do with this beautiful thing that you've made and how it all comes together into a wonderful little package. I can tell them, like, you did it. Like, this is art. It's also a really, really fun game, on top of being art. Like, this is what Western studios should be striving towards when it comes to even, like, their games and what they're making. There's a lot to unpack with this game and this world. Not a lot of people give it enough credit. Rokon always gets excited about the prospect of ancient civilizations and the dark side, and I could not be less interested in Monster Hunter when it tries to delve into those kinds of concepts. The whole point of the ancient civilization is meant to be a reminder. You're not meant to do anything other than look at ruins. There's ruins here, isn't there? You can kind of see them over there. But there's meant to just be ruins everywhere. And the ruins are just meant to be a reminder of, hey, don't do what they did. And that's it. You leave it at that. We're not meant to, like, find, like, ooh, this ancient ruin has this secret weapon. Who cares? You're meant to just see, like, oh, wow, there were people used to live here and now they don't. I wonder why. And you ponder it. It's the same thing with, you know, our history. Like, our real-life history. We look at our own ancient civilizations and we look like, okay, how did they fail? Oh, yeah, there's... Up there, there's ruins up there. Why did they fail? Why did they succumb to, you know, the world? And where can we do better? Where can we improve and do better than they did? And that's what Monster Hunter is all about. It's all about learning to be better with nature. And, like, it's not just, like, humans bad. Like, that's the whole point of Monster Hunter, is to teach you humans not bad, humans good. Humans have to find a way to, you know, fulfill their own will alongside nature, because nature has its own will as well. We sort of have to figure out a balance so that both of our wills can survive and co-prosper. Otherwise, we will succumb to the grim power of nature. But we also can't live without it, which is why we have to live in unison. I'm getting into the ancient tech and some history. The guild being good or bad isn't much for me, but it could be cool. There's human bad guys in Monster Hunter stories. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, you can have human narratives. I'm definitely not against that. I think that, like, obviously, like, humans can be bad. People can do bad things. That's what the equal drag weapon is meant to represent. That, like, yeah, sometimes humans make mistakes. Don't repeat them. The old Wrath Roar sounds better. Yeah, I prefer the old sound effects, and I'm hoping that the old sound effects return in Wilds. I don't want whatever they did in World. The Wrathless Roar in World and Rise is so weak. This sounds like I'm getting hit by a car. Like, it sounds like you were hit by something. Why didn't that work? What happened? You see that? He was flying and then he wasn't flying. That was crazy. What do you feel about the Sacred design? I like the Sacred design. What do you say? Personally, it feels too perfect as a mount creature, but it could be my hater showing. Oh, poor Jaggy. I mean, couldn't you say the same thing about horses? Like, it kind of feels too perfect. They're like the perfect thing to ride on the back of. Because they've got, like, the perfect legs. Same with, like, dogs. It's like dogs are, like, the perfect hunting companion. It's just sort of... that's the reason why we chose them, you know? Like, that's the reason why we domesticated them. It's like they were given to us. Like on a silver platter. Like, we saw a wolf and we're like, well, imagine if that thing could help us. We saw a horse and it's like, imagine if we're on the back of that thing. And it just worked. It's not complicated. Same thing out with the secret. There's a reason why we don't ride on the back of Jagras, but we do ride on the back of Secret. This is perfect. Palicos are almost too perfect. Cute, useful, funny, great chefs. They're only great chefs because they're like the slaves of the monster universe. If you force someone, this is horrible. I don't agree to this. All right, I'm not saying that we should do this, or it's that it's right. But if you force something or someone to do the same thing and be the best at it in order to be rewarded, they will absolutely become the absolute best at it. And so, like, really menial jobs like cooking, it just always happens to be cats because they're the cheap labor. And they want to rise up and, you know, they want to get better. So they end up being the ones that are chefs. And I'm all for equality, you know? I feel like, what happened? He backwards fireballed me? But Jake, we do ride Jagras. You're right. I forgot. Okay, but like, it's not the same, right? It's not the same. Jagras, we didn't domesticate them. I'm gonna fail this quest. Why is this Rathalos harder than the online Rathalos? Like, what's that about? Crit hit fireball? I really wish the Sacred had bigger wings. Okay, that's fair. There is a very fair. But also, like, guys, the hunter can literally just fly into the air when he uses longsword. He doesn't, using his arms alone, he'll stick the sword into the monster, and then somehow only using his biceps, he flies like 20 feet into the air. Like, I think, or even like Rathalos. How is Rathalos flying right now? Gravity is different in the monster world. I'm gonna fail this quest. What happens if I signal Cha-Cha? What does he do? Anything? He's gonna roar and backwards fireball, so I'm just gonna stay away from him. Okay. Yeah, this is bad. Should I try and find healing items? Or should I just wait until all my reds healed back to green? Maybe I should wait till my reds healed back to green. I don't have good fire resistance. Oh, thank you. That's it. He's gonna fireball me. Oh! Oh! It worked! I mean, I didn't get hit. Oh, I really need this thing to die. Because I get, you know, when the palms get sweaty, I get slippy. I slip up. I make mistakes. I'm okay. So I am playing with a modification that does remove the plus 50 defense the 3 Ultimate normally gives you. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. There we go. So 3 Ultimate normally gives you a plus 50 defense stat boost. Like, if you're wearing no armor, you get plus 50, and so it's plus 50 on all of your defense. I have that turned off. And I'm running an armor set that gives me attack up large because, I don't know. That's all you need in this game. At least until, like, the end of high rank. Yeah, attack up large. I got that torso up. Ultimate Custom Night. I don't have it turned on. Ultimate Custom Night is because I turned on the first quest I went on, it crashed, even though it wasn't crashing at all when I tested it. I had someone go through all of Ultimate Custom Night, played nearly every quest, never had an issue. The moment the first quest I do on stream, it crashes. So it's like, I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm not gonna risk it. No, Ultimate Custom Night, it adds 3, it makes sure that every single quest has 3 monsters on the map, akin to Monster Hunter World, or Rise. So there's 3 large monsters on the map on every single quest, even if it's a gathering quest. Do I need any of these? Water resistance, precision, paralysis, gathering. I don't need any of these. Oh. Oh, that's the mask. I thought you were talking about FNAF Ultimate Custom. Well, that's where the namesake comes from. Yeah, it's a reference to FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. Oh. Whoa, wait, no. What happened? What did I click on? I don't know what I clicked. Invite on quest. Yes. But I don't want him wearing this mask. I want him wearing the fluffy mask. Because then I don't have to bring paintballs. I make him focus on gathering. Pitfall mask. Seiryu means Brachydios. What? Saryu means Brachydios. So I can hunt a Brachydios now? So Brachydios is a translation of a translation. I don't quite think that's what that means. I played this in my first Monster Hunter game last year. I was so close to reaching online before it got shut down. That's unfortunate. 3U never fixed the charm table bug, right? No, the game never got fixed. However, it is possible through through fan mods. It is possible to fix the charm table. I do not believe I have any fix on my charm tables, which is why my charms are terrible. I think I have a cursed charm table. Can I make any of the Rathalos equipment? Need fire cell stone. I have a plate. Fusium ore. Whoa, what about legs? Medulla. Okay. Can I upgrade my armor? Nope. I know I was gonna upgrade this, but I need 2 sand Barioth tails. Okay. Again, I want to thank everyone for being here. It's really, really awesome to do these live streams, and I really do appreciate everyone talking in chat. Like I said before, if I missed a talking point, if I missed a discussion topic, please send it again. I will keep yapping until your ears fall off, but you gotta give me the prompts, and then I'll give you the goods. Sandbarioth tails should be your next unlock after Brachydios. Okay. Do I have to hunt Brachydios? Is he an urchin? I thought he wasn't an urchin. I thought he was just sort of a bonus monster that you can hunt. I like the Moga theme, having have it set for El Dorado for sunrise. What is the Elgato? Ask Junior about it. Doesn't seem to know how to fix it either. Must be some sort of strange gizmo inside of it. Yeah, that's the funny mask. Got the ultimate mask. It's lost its original shape. What a bummer. Quit your grinning. Okay, we gotta hunt your heart out. Okay, we have unlocked rank 3. We got Brachydios. Oh, these quests are horrible. Lagiacrus. Yeah, no, I definitely don't have Sandbarioth unlocked. Alright, let's look at what else do you have to say? Kari. Kari means hunt. Sorry, I've been talking to the Argosy captain, sort of a new Shumi. It's actually kind of Tanoshi. Tanoshi means fun, I think. It was Tanoshi for 5 minutes. Anyway, I'm bored. I'm bored of speaking, Monster Hunter Japanese. There are many mysterious surroundings the Brachydios. Okay. Even the monster wonks at the guild don't know. Oh, the monster wonks at the guild. I get you. But isn't diving into the great unknown part of the fun of hunting? Just nod your head and say yes. So, the smart choice right now would be to hunt Brachydios, get the Brachydios weapon, and then beat the game with Brachydios weapon, right? That's how we do things. I think Zynogar is the urgent that unlocks the subs. Yeah, I think so. Would be a unique biome and wilds that you'd want to see. Personally, I'd like to see a dormant volcano and icy tundra. That once the weather condition changes. My cat is in the way. My cat just jumped in front of the chat halfway through that message. Jumps in front. What? No, I'm completely losing my train of thought. Zidorma volcano, icy tundra region, and once the weather condition changes, it comes a hot death trap. I thought about that too. That was a neat idea. I believe that there's going to be maps that are dedicated to different elements, because it seems to be that way. There's a thunder element, water element, ice element, fire element. Of course, they could combine the ice and fire together. They very much could do that. We never know. They could do that. So if I'm fighting Brachydios, I'm gonna need cool drinks. I could bring traps. There's a train in the background. Sorry about the train. I need perish room and sleep herb. I've never made a tranquilizer. I think it would be better for me to capture this Brachydios, right? I'm also in the volcano, so it would be wise to mine. Mine like it's Minecraft. How many apexes do you think we'll get? Oh, it's 1 per map. It's gonna be 1 per map. But of course, we're gonna get other monsters that are apex level. They just won't be like the official apex of this or that map. You know, like it's just gonna be a whatever. Like if they added Lagiacrus to the game, theoretically, if they added Lagiacrus, right? They're not gonna call it the apex of the whatever map. They're just gonna say, "Oh, Lagiacrus is in the game." Brachydios means trouble. Kawaii means scary. Here it's Dokkan. May I bring an extra pair of dry breeches? I don't need antidotes, but they're coming with me anyway because I don't want to have to kill the... I personally predict we'll get exactly 0 apexes. Yeah. No music? But I spawned in the camp. Shouldn't the music play if you spawn in the camp? It's foreboding. It's scary. It's like Odogaron is considered the apex of the Rotten Vale, but Tigrex destroys him. Yeah, literally. Villains and Monster Hunter. Driving monster zealots destroy villages and fortresses. Like, you want me to talk about that? Like, I don't think we've really seen that a lot, right? Like, I don't think we've... That's not something that occurs. Oh, cutscene. That's not something that really occurs. Oh, there he is. But it would be cool if we did. Like, obviously, if we had more villain characters in Monster Hunter, I think that could elevate the franchise. I think it could really elevate the franchise. I think that, you know, if there was a narrative where we have to stop a villain, and Monster Hunter isn't necessarily about, like, killing humans, right? We don't see humans die in Monster Hunter, but we could have maybe the villain character sees a change of heart and they're like, oh my goodness, you know, I've really messed up this ecosystem and you guys have had to fix it, and I see the error of my ways and how I've endangered people. And then they, you know, they apologize. Or if they don't want to go with the apology route, they could just have them be arrested. You'll be charged by the guild for your crimes against the earth. It's more about the indomitable human spirit and humanity versus nature. Yeah. Oh! Forgot, he's kind of a menace in this game. I don't think that we'll have, like, death penalty cutscene in Monster Hunter. where like one of the hunters like chains up like a villain character, like it's SA2. Sorry, I should not use that abbreviation. Like it's Sonic Adventure 2. And it's like, I'm sorry for my, you know, I had to do it in order to like avenge my daughter. That'd be crazy. And then he's just shot in the face. Monster Hunter. Yeah, that would never happen. We would never have like an execution. So Brachydios has a lot of attacks that go forward, but are targeted at a spot, not a straight projectile. Okay. Do you think they'll bring back Slime instead of Blast? They would only bring back Slime if Brachydios came back. But even then, Blast seems to kind of overtaken it. I'm not a huge fan of shoots. I'm not a big fan of a Blast. Good number of attacks, good number of Brachydios attacks you want to roll into him. Oh yeah. Well, they design a new Blast monster. I mean, they could. They're always designing new Blast monsters. Dodogama. What's another one? A Magnum Aloe. We just had a new flagship with Blast. It was Magnum Aloe. You meant Slime? I guess. But that kind of that's what makes Brachydios unique, though. I wouldn't want to take that away from him. The new Blast monster is just going to be Jacob? Yeah. Just going to be mean. It's going to be me. Okay, if this was Ultimate Custom Night, this would be terrible. I'm pretty sure on the Ultimate Custom Night quest, I just added Stygian Cyanoker as well. So, maybe it's for the best that we're not doing Ultimate Custom Night. Imagine if Magnum Aloe got added to Wilds. Imagine if Magnum Aloe is the monster that Archveld is, like, trying to fight. Now that would be truly wild. Hey, buddy, I rolled into him, and I still got hit by the attack, so I'm not listening to your advice. He's trying to hit him with Felvine bombs? Why did the game lag there? That was weird. I see Magnum Aloe and Brack both having Blast Scourge. Yeah, I guess. But Magnum Aloe's whole... I had Blast on me? Magnum Aloe sort of has his own unique thing that makes Blast unique, and that's the, what's it called? What's Magnum Aloe's, like, Blast called? It has its own name. It's different. It's different from normal Blast. I would prefer if they use Blast in new, interesting ways, and they keep them, you know, the monsters that use them already, they keep them unique. Yeah, completely miss! Hellfire, yeah, it's Hellfire Cloak, or whatever, Hellfire. Hellfire Blight. Because making 2 extra statuses, 2 extra visual effects is not a major issue if they're coded the same. Yeah. Well, we got 310 votes. 95% saying that they are happy with what's shown in Monster Hunter Wilds. And the last 5% say they're not happy. I guess I should ask again, like, yeah, is there anything that you guys are very much not happy with in Monster Hunter Wilds? Is there anything that you think that, like, they really need to change, or you need to play the game to make sure it's going to be okay? Because I've come around to a lot of the stuff that I was kind of unsure about. I've come around to everything, even like the weapons. At first I was thinking they were too complicated. You know, I thought like that they were overcomplicating the weapons, and I believe that the weapons were already pretty complicated. But I actually have a new opinion on that. I think that the weapons have actually gotten... Holy. What they're doing to the weapons actually makes sense. What they're doing, right, is they're making the simple basic attacks more worthwhile. That's what they're doing. And they're encouraging the player to experiment more. That's a crazy hitbox. Used to the 4U version of that. I'm just gonna leave. Well, like let's say you talk about like Rise or World, right? The most worthwhile attacks that you can do with the weapon tend to be the final big ones, right? But Wilds, from what we've seen, like in examples like True Charge Slash, for example, on Greatsword. True Charge Slash is no longer as powerful as it was in World and Rise. They would rather the player use and get accustomed to regular Charge Slash and get good at regular Charge Slash, and then once they mastered that, if they want to master True Charge Slash, they can, and they will still get an extra bonus of attack. But it's not required as it would be maybe in... Let's say it was required. It's not as, like, necessary to deal out the high DPS as it would have been in, like, World, for example. Because World really needed you to do those True Charge Slashes, especially in G rank, if you're using Greatsword. I mean, you kind of needed to learn to hit those, but now it's not as important. Now it's more about using like focus mode and which I've come around on focus mode too. I was really worried at first, but I've seen more of it. I'm probably still not going to use it. I don't really want to use it, but I don't think it'll be like make it or break it. I think that they've done a good job all around with making it sort of seamless. I think it's more or less going to be a new aspect of the combat rather than like a weird gimmick. Okay. What? I'm trying to read the chat while surviving. Yo, Jacob, if they brought back a series final boss or large monster for Wilds, what would you like to see? Like a Cantor, Genmaran, or Cedius? So, oh boy. I walked right into that. A final boss monster. Which final boss monster would I like to see return? So obviously, where am I going? Where's the... That's cool. Obviously I would like to see a Cantor. A Cantor is probably my favorite. If they brought back Underwater, obviously Cedius, but I'm not dying to see Cedius again. A Cantor is the big one, but I don't know, like, I feel like the gameplay loops right now don't complement a Cantor like they used to. I would say, like, back then, I haven't gotten anything. I am failing this. I think maybe I need, like, better defense. Maybe I need to turn off the mod that gives me the the minus 50 defense. Yeah, Cantor. I worry about a Cantor working in a modern Monster Hunter game, because the game's gotten just so fast, and a Cantor worked better in a game that was slow and imposing, you know. But maybe things are going to be different now, you know, the way that they've rebalanced weapon offensive skills. So maybe the endgame monsters won't be full of bloated health, and that'll have an impact definitely on what endgame monsters return. Dalamadur would be my second choice, and I think Dalamadur is ultimately the best choice. Out of all the final boss monsters to bring back, Dalamadur is the most interesting. However, Dalamadur would probably take the same amount of development time that Zora Magdaros would have taken. Like, I mean, took. Like, it'd probably take a whole year of development time just on Dalamadur in order to make Dalamadur work. That was cool. And this is how I fail right here. A lot of people really want Gogmazios to come back. I think Gogmazios requires, like, the town to come back. Like, he's symbolically... he's better if he's in the town. Whew. I'm gonna sharpen my sword. He's a pollution monster? Yeah. I think he represents... he represents, like... yeah, human junk. Human garbage. And it coming back and biting humanity in the butt. Shit. Gogmazios is the military industrialization complex. So I had a theory, speaking of the maps of Monster Hunter Wilds, I was wondering if maybe, because if they're all based off of the different, you know, different elements, so there's a chance, right, that, nice! Oh, nice. There's a chance that the fifth map would be based off, like, the dragon element. But I was also thinking, what if the fifth map is literally just, like... what if it's just, like, a really beautiful, pristine area? Like, what if it's just, like, a beautiful grassland? Or, like, deserted island. Like, it's just really pretty. Lots of animals. Like, Aptonoth. As opposed to, like, this terrifying... hostile level like all the other ones are. That'd be cool. I think. Okay, I kind of want him to calm down. I don't really want to risk failing. I think I might go grab items. My defense is too low. If I get hit twice in a row without having the... Like, I don't have any max potions, right? I probably should make some max potions. Think they might pull an Elden Ring? I don't know what that means. I never played Elden Ring. I don't even know what happens in Elden Ring. I just realized I brought pickaxes to mine in the volcano because this is high rank volcano. I didn't even do that. Oh, deodorant. Barrel bomb. Do they give you barrel bombs because barrel bombs are effective? Or do they give you barrel bombs because it's like, oh, he's a monster that explodes? Wouldn't this be thematic if you managed to use the one on him? Or is it like actually really effective? Like, do bombs do extra damage on him? They give you barrel bombs because he has a bouncing part. His tail. Grab the paintball. I don't need paintballs. I mean, I grab them anyway. I don't need them. Because, Kayemba can tell me where he is. Fire cell stone. Look at that. What was the thing that got you into the series? Like Monster Weapon gameplay, for example. I wasn't really interested in those games. Until I saw Gormagala for the first time, then I was hooked. For me, I got into Monster Hunter. It was the opening cutscene of Monster Hunter Tri. I saw some gameplay footage of it. Like, I saw like the trailer for Monster Hunter 3, and I didn't really understand what I was even looking at. But yeah, it was. I watched. Brachydios gem. Okay. This is a win. This is, no matter what, this is a win. Yeah, this is a win. Nice. I don't trust these capturable yet. I'm away from to limp. Cool. Thank you, Ruktor. I'm okay. I'm alright. Can't believe you encouraged Cha-Cha to commit Cha crimes. Wait, in what way? Oh, to steal? I did give him the stealing mask. This is a capture quest? No. This is not a capture quest. I used to love watching your videos. Do you not love watching my videos anymore? I still make videos. Let's just talk about my Pikmin videos. I don't do the Pikmin videos anymore. Shoot. On your old channel. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I appreciate that. No, YouTube's just changed a lot, and I can't exactly survive on YouTube making the Pikmin videos. What people want for content is like long-form discussion, news-based, like coverage. They want coverage is what they want. They want coverage and discussion. So, you know, no one wants to see toy videos as much as they used to, and if they do, they want a certain style. And the toy videos that I was making, I was dealing with things like, what if the Pikmin made an equal dragon weapon? I'm exaggerating. That isn't an actual plot line in the show at all. That was not a plot line. But, you know, the same vein of stuff. And it's like no kid was interested in that. Like, let's be real. No kids were interested in that. Nice. Okay. Does he sleep in Area 6? I think he does, right? I thought you were still working on something Pikmin, no? I had something in the pipeline. I have something in the pipeline. But the unfortunate thing is I have no like time to work on it. Okay, that could have gone a lot better. I would argue that that could have gone a heck of a lot better. I'm glad I beat it. They're always making rage bait content that seems to do massively well and only costs you some morals and common decency. The rate, yeah, it's just, that's just how it is. Like, I wouldn't really call it like rage bait content, because I don't really call my content to be rage bait. My thumbnails are jokes, and like it's funny that it's not funny. It's unfortunate that not everyone views my thumbnails as jokes, but they see my thumbnails and they're all like, "This guy's crazy," and it's like, I'm joking. They're meant to be stupid. I'm making fun of thumbnails. I needed that hard armor sphere. I needed that hard. I think I mentioned before, my least favorite gameplay mechanic in all of Monster Hunter is being sent home at the end of the quest. Pounder, Ebon Shell, Ebon Shell, Ebon... I want another Pounder! Ebon Shell. Really? 1 Pounder? Don't I need like 15 or some shit for the longsword? Should I get the longsword or should I do a different weapon? I was thinking longsword. Longsword is good in this game. Let me see. Do I even like any of the other weapons in this game? Mystery slime. Are you serious? Infusium ore. But it's good. Like, this is really good. The slime is huge. What other weapons, right? Hidden blade. How do I have Nargacuga stuff? Dios blade. That might be fun, but I need like way more Brachydios stuff for this. Brack scalp? Ugh. Gross. Same with this. I need pounders. I don't use dual blades. Well, Lance. I like Lance. I need a tail. I don't have a tail. Oh, a gun lance. More stuff. Honestly, the longsword looks to be the easiest to make. Yeah, this is the easiest to make. Switch axe? There's a Nargacuga switch axe? Looks kind of gross. Wait, why don't I make this? Oh wait, I don't have Nargacuga unlocked. That's why I can't make this. Use sword and shield? I need more items here. I need another pounder, more carapaces, and another slime. I guess the slime buildup would be really good, right? I think the Brack weapons are a bit overused in 3U, but it's what 3U is known for. Snowing steak. Oh, yeah, you have a great night. You head out. By the way, if I ever miss any of you guys, like if you're like, hey, I gotta go, if I miss it, really sorry. I want to make sure that everyone in the chat, you're all very special to me. You all deserve the same amount of respect and the same, attention. You're supporting me. I'm gonna acknowledge you. Is Village Brachy high rank? Yes, it is high rank. Like, I have a good feeling this would be a fun weapon to use. The sword and shield? But, like, making it. I gotta fight Brachydios again? For a chance. Hey, Jake, can I ask you an Evangelion-related question? What is your Evangelion-related question? Also, hi, Captain Yag. Yeah, right? That's how you say your name, right? Who knows? It's not Catan Yag, right? Or is it Catan Yag? It's Catan Yag, right? Yeah, you're all special. Calling you now. Sometimes in 2025, there's going to be a Monster Hunter and Fortnite collab. Yeah, probably. Capcom's doing a bunch of other collabs of Fortnite. Fortnite's, like, huge. I'm actually straight up picking up... I'm probably going to be picking up the Fortnite Lego sets. I don't even play Fortnite. I'm picking up those Fortnite Lego sets. They look incredible. I want the minifigures. Is this 3 Ultimate on emulator? This is emulator. This is not DS. There's some slight changes to the game. You might have seen. Dirty Baron. Why is it called that? Ew. The Dirty Baron. So the Dios... yeah. I mean, no matter what, I have to fight Brachydios again. So it's... I didn't get any armor spheres. That's incredible. Forged armor. Should I try and get, like, a better armor set? I want something with attack. Rathalos. Ugh. Volvidon. Volvidon is... But I don't think it's any better. Rathalos is probably the best. Fusiamore. This is so tough. I know I need a Rathalos plate for this upgrade later on, so it's like I don't want to risk that. Or is it rubies? Do I need rubies for that? I don't know. Oh yeah, Brachydios is just going to show up in the Moga Woods. Of course. Of course he is. You know that loads and loads of slime mold live on Brachydios skin? Apparently a monster uses slime to unleash spectacular explosions. Who knows slime molds were so volatile? Say again, you wish I'd told you that sooner? Oh, relax. It's not like you died or anything. Oh, is Aisha? Is that her name? Oh, Aisha, you're a funny lady. Funny lady. Brachydios again? Canteen quest. This one? Endless hunt? I want a fire weapon before I go do that. Or a slime weapon. Yeah, let's do Brachydios one more time. Let's do it one more time. You know, I've got that gem. And then blast will carry me. I just gotta suffer a little bit more. I don't really need the barrel bombs. Okay. Trank bombs. Shock trap. Cool drink. Double barbecue spit. Raw meat. I can't forget the fusium ore. The other thing I need is max potions. Hold on. Can you make the Plesioth longsword instead? Yeah. Probably. I don't know the upgrade tree. What's the upgrade tree for it? Nice. It comes from Thunderclap? Oh, I think it's because I already had the regular Thunderclap. I can't make another one. I have 2 plates. Getting more shell shockers is a shocker. It's not something I want right now. I've only got 3 razors. Dancing flames. Now, my best bet right now is just stick with this. Take it on. Rogi sword? Jacob, do you have a cat? All hours of the day, every 24/7, she meows at the door. She used to be an outside cat. It's driving me utterly insane. I don't know what to do. No, my cat was kind of the same way. Is the kind of the same way. I think that before she was with me, she was an outside cat. And, yeah, she meows at the door all the time, and I tell her, no, can't go outside. Can't go outside. MHWilds for making every weapon look so fun. I need to pick one. Me too. Well, that's why they give you 2. What's your opinion on the camp system in Wilds? I like it. I like the camp system. Hi, Jacob. Have a nice stream. Thanks for liking my edits. No problem. You know what? Your work is really, really worthwhile. If you guys ever need, like, the fonts from Monster Hunter, check out Anthem Wolf. Like, really put in all the effort to making the fonts from Monster Hunter, like recreations of the fonts from Monster Hunter, so you can use them in, you know, any sort of Monster Hunter fan content, you know, thumbnails, videos. I've been looking into actually getting them, you know, showing some support, getting them. I just keep forgetting. So this is a good reminder. Maybe I'll do that after the stream. Why is Raging Brachydios so hard? It's, I don't know. Old gen trees are wild. Yeah, right. I'm fighting Brachydios again. So here's my plan, right? I'm going to... We're gonna hunt Brachydios. If I get the stuff, yes, I have a power charm. Of course I have a power charm. If I've got the stuff, whatever rewards I get, right? If I'm able to make the sword and shield, I'll make the sword and shield. If I'm able to make the longsword, I'll make the longsword. The fusium ore is the big thing holding me back. Why? What happened? Well, let's do this. Nice. Okay. Now I have some max potions. That should be a bit easier now. Fusium is just a quick mining run. That's what I was thinking. So we're gonna do this again. Man, I can't wait to see my streamer get killed from slime overdose. Thanks, Kiryu. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Right, I was gonna... Okay, if I can eliminate these rogi, or if they can eliminate the rogi for me, I need to cook some meat. Yeah, the support goes a long way. Oops, that... helps put food on my table. Helps making me keep making great Monster Hunter analysis and toys. The whole thing is like... When I was a kid, right? I really wanted Monster Hunter toys. And there wasn't any. Like, you know, like Lego toys. And so I'm really going out of my way to try and make them for people. I can't make actual products. That's not allowed. I don't have license, and they're not a proof of a product, but rather it's just to sort of allow... I'm going the wrong way. Just to allow people to, you know, enjoy Monster Hunter in ways that I think would really stir the imagination. What's so great about Lego Monster Hunter, I think what makes it feel genuine, is the fact that, like with other toys, right, if you play with it, like other like Monster Hunter toys, if it breaks, you know, if the toy breaks, it's broken. And then what do? It's like broken. You have to glue it back on. Kind of sucks. But with the Lego Monster Hunter, right, the philosophy is you break it, and you've broken the part on the monster. And then you can use those broken pieces, because it's Lego. It's supposed to come apart and be put back together. You can either, you know, put it back on when the quest is over, you know, when you're done playing, or you take those pieces that broke off the monster. I am deodorant, sure, why not? And you make a weapon out of it. You can literally use those same pieces and make a weapon out of it. And that's what makes Lego Monster Hunter so perfect and beautiful. It's beautiful. It's perfect. Yeah, hunting horn Lego or a Poogie. So, I really do get lots of requests to do things like that. It's like, oh, can you just make the pig? And it doesn't need to be the same size. Like, it could be a bigger size. And it's like, well, my project is the monsters. Because that's with play. I'm all about play. Like, ideally, you know, when I was a kid, right, I wanted rust shard. You can replace the burnt meat with that. I wanted, I wanted to be able to play with the toys. And the figures didn't really offer that. And if you had like a big Poogie Lego set, I mean, I guess you could play with it. It's not the same. It's not really the goal. Rust shards stack in this game? What do I replace? Aqua Glowshul. I don't need those. Always makes me sad when I see iPad kids who have no interest in Lego toys using their imagination. Yeah, it's sad, but it is how it is. But this is just the future that we live in. I would ditch Carbolite. Time Warp Gen. Oh wait, no, I'll ditch the volatile coal because it's an account item. I don't need that. All kids do now is Roblox. Roblox isn't terrible. I have no hate towards Roblox. I also don't have any hate towards, like, iPad kids, right? Like, you do what you need to do as to be entertained, even as a child. I grew up on video games, right? But what really stirred my imagination the most was Lego Monster Hunter. Fusium ore! Okay, I can swap that with Carbolite, sure. Because, you know, as a kid, I wanted to make my own monsters, and I wanted to have my own, I wanted to do my own stories. I'm getting so many Firestones. I'm getting so lucky with those Firestones. I don't need a Mystery Charm. They would not be good. Stop. Okay. I think I got what I needed, right? 3 Fusium. It could be better. I would prefer a lot more than Fusium. Volatile coal is still worth a lot. Are they still resource points in this game? I think it's just money. I don't remember. Oh, I could have deleted my paintballs. I don't need paintballs. And I know that that deodorant clears slime blight. It's just I find it easier just to roll. I can evade 3 times and it's gone. But yeah, I guess the whole point, I guess what I was saying earlier, like, yeah, eventually I'm gonna do like a little Poogie, right? I'm eventually going to do a, I'll do, like, bigger builds, because I know that there's people that just, they want Lego of things other than toys. Even though that's not exactly the goal of the project. And my worry is the moment I start making stuff like that, it starts to lead into, I'm making product. And, like, I really don't want Capcom to think I'm trying to make product. I'm not trying to make product. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just doing a fan art. I'm doing a fan project. But obviously, if like, I can't do it for free, even if it's a fan project, which is why I give out instructions via donation. But it's not like people are paying for the instructions. They're just paying for my livelihood. Anyway, enough about that. Thank you, Kiryu. That voice always reminded me of Kirby. You mean like Cha-Cha? Cha-Cha's voice? I can see it. Cha-Cha's got a bit of Kirby-isms in him. Oh, there's a shiny drop. I need that. That's slime mold. Or wyvern tier. Come on, do an attack. There we go. Mystery slime. Slop. Paintball. Oh, my character voice? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, there's some Kirby. There's some Smash Brothers Kirby in there. Nah, Brack's voice reminds of Kirby. I don't know. Some people, maybe. I really want to be Electron or Fatalis Monster World, but I never gotten around to practicing on either of them. See, that's my problem with Fatalis. When I had a lot more free time, I was able to beat Elatreon. And it's literally because I had the time. And I could dedicate like you know, like weeks to it. And as you can tell from this gameplay, I'm not very good at Monster Hunter, so it definitely was a struggle. I tried to do the same for Fatalis, and I just didn't work. Didn't work. I couldn't get it. I needed a lot more time, and I just didn't think it was worth it. I always felt the same way about the final deviant quests in Generations Ultimate. Like, once you got to the GX, are they called the GX quests? Or were they the double cross quests? I forget what they're called. But those final quests in Generations Ultimate, I didn't bother with them because it's like I put all that time into it, and it's like, what do I get? It's just wasted time. I don't know. I don't feel the same achievement doing that I do, like making a new weapon. I think that's why I like Monster Hunter. It's more like the crafting the new stuff. Did you kill Gozma? Like Gogmazios? Yeah, I solo Gogmazios. Wait, what? Are you referring to something else? You mean the Hyper EX? Is that what they're called? Yeah, whatever like those final deviant quests are in Generations Ultimate. I never beat a single one. I got really close, I think, on the Glavinus one. But I never managed to beat it, just because it was just so much, it was so much work. And dedication and skill that I just didn't have. I've learned that I have really bad reaction time. That's, like, it's like genuinely something I have. Poor reaction time. You'll probably see it in my gameplay. And so, some of those final hunts were just too fast and crazy. It's also why I probably just have no interest in Frontiers, like really late games, like Dura Madura. I've got no interest in Dura Madura. I don't care if he's like the hardest, coolest Monster Hunter fight ever. I think I would just be upset and just not be able to beat it. Goodbye, Javier. That kind of endgame content is really meant for 4 players, not even duos. Yeah. These monsters are more for people who want to test their skill. Exactly. And yeah, Monster Hunter is meant to be a party game. If I had more friends that played World and got to the end, like with Fatalis, then I just play it with them, but that didn't happen. Frontier is the Dragon Ball of Monster Hunter. Is that a compliment or a... I was hoping that would work. Who knows? Who knows? How is Frontier's endgame? In general, it's really esoteric, not gonna lie. Yeah. It's... Once I got to, like, Gal rank, which is not even close to the end of G rank. Like, it's... I meant to use a whetstone. This is what I'm talking about. I have, like, no reaction time. I'm a dumbass with this game. No, I got to, like, Gal rank, which is after high rank. And it definitely was a major step up in difficulty. And it's more fun with multiplayer. Definitely more fun with multiplayer. I like I really like what's it called? I really like single player Monster Hunter. I like the solo play. I'm probably gonna play Wilds pretty solo, unless, you know, my friends are playing. I like to play with friends. That's the main thing. Cool. roar into area change. Is this Monster Hunter World? That's funny. That's gonna be removed in Wilds, thankfully. I mean, it was removed in Rise, but that's not gonna be carried over into Wilds, which is nice. Okay. Here's an unpopular opinion. I think Wilds is a good name, but I think it's not a good name to follow up from Rise and World. Because, you know, I talk pretty fast sometimes, and I slur my words together. And I often don't even catch myself. I will accidentally say Monster Hunter Rise or Monster Hunter World instead of Wilds because the words all sound too similar. It's frustrating. Like, it's a good title, but it's like, oh, guys, like, you should have named it, like, Monster Hunter Frontier. No, we already had that. Don't need another one. Are you bothered that the 3 Monster Hunter games on Steam have different naming formats? I am absolutely bothered by that. I was looking at it today because I bought the Premium Deluxe Edition of Monster Hunter Wilds. I was looking at it in my library next to the other Monster Hunter games, and they all have different naming conventions. Like, if you look at all 3 of them on Steam in a library together, they're all different. Like, it's Monster Hunter World, and then, like, Rise, I think, is, like, in all caps. Or is it Wilds that's in all caps? Like, they don't look good next to each other. Like, all they had to do was just communicate. And it's like there was no communication. They all look different. Stories 2 also looks weird. Oh my... Monster Hunter Beyond? Monster Hunter Reach. There you go. Those are good titles. Oh, that was great. Yeah, getting destroyed by the Erectors there. That was very cool. It'd be really cool right now if there was an item box where I could deposit my items. That'd be great. But no, the old games are better without it. Yeah. Yeah. Jean-Paul, or is it Jean-Paul? I'm gonna say Jean-Paul. I know I missed it, but my Evangelion question was, why is second Rebuild movie your favorite? I don't think we're ready for that conversation. No. It's, I don't know. It's, when I watch it, I smile. And it doesn't matter how many times I rewatch that movie, I smile every time. And I think someone like me, I struggle with, like, a lot of things. A lot of mental health things, a lot of anxieties, a lot of existentialism. Sometimes I, like, the thing I need the most is just to smile. And, that's what Evangelion 2.0 is to me. And, yeah, that's all. That's why it's my favorite. Three-hour video essay on Evangelion by Jacob. No. No. I know what I would say. I would talk about, I would just make a video essay just saying that the rebuilds are good movies. That would be my video essay, and I would just unpack them. And this is coming from a diehard Evangelion fan. I'm the kind of Evangelion fan that played the games. Like, I played the game where you have to play as Shinji and you have to deal with anxiety simulation. And it was in Japanese. I had to, like, do my best to, I had to, like, use, like, a guide, and I had to ask my mother to translate it for me, and shoot. Oh my. Do you think that Wilds is more in line with their 20-year vision? What is their 20-year vision? I might be missing something here. What does that refer to? Did he just kill that thing for fun? Oh no, he's eating. Like the game they've always wanted to make. Yeah, no. Well, at least with Tokuda, the director, I think that when he envisioned Monster Hunter all those years ago, World and Wilds is closer to what he envisioned, for sure. Obviously, like, a lot has changed. It's not the same game at all. It's very different. But I can definitely see where the vision... like, I can see the vision. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, thanks. Health recovery. Brack is a carnivore? Well, I know Brack is a carnivore. Now, I was just wondering, because he killed the Rhinopolos, and then instead of eating it, he, like, roared at it and then taunted. And I'm like, what's happening? You gonna eat it, or are you just gonna celebrate? Monster Hunter Superpower? Is that what the next game is gonna be called? Monster Hunter Superpower? Monster Hunter Super Monster Hunter. Oh, that's a bad title, but I could see that being a portable game. Super Monster Hunter. I should save that. I feel like some of the tougher Horizon monsters like Fireclaw, Stormbird, Thunderjaw, Rockbreaker, Tremortusk, I don't know any of these, would make great additions to the monster maps. Like if they did like a crossover. So I never played Horizon. My friends joke that Horizon is an industry plant game. Like it feels like they just made it up for just to have, which is silly. Like it's as silly as like saying something as forced soul. Like something has forced soul. What does that even mean? But yeah, no, I personally, I wasn't, you know, I abandoned the PlayStation after 4, and a lot of PlayStation exclusive titles I just wasn't interested in, because I was more interested in Japanese titles. I've always been more interested in Japanese titles, right? And Sony seems to really want to focus on their American audience and their Western audience, I guess, in general, or their worldwide audience, and the worldwide sort of properties tend to do better, I guess, globally. So like they focus on like Square Enix as one of their main developers, and then they have they've got their European developers, and then they have their American developers. Brachydios Tail. I needed one of those. Keeping that PlayStation for FF7? Yeah, I guess that's one reason to keep it. Square doesn't want to work with Sony anymore. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. But yeah, a lot of Sony games are nothing burgers. Like I'm just so not interested anymore. They lack that creative vision. So there's something I really want, like I'm really trying to talk about just in general of gaming. It's something I've thought about it, and I realized, like, here's the truth, right? So gaming as an art form, I mean, if you look up, like, the theory of games, which, you know, transcends video games. We're talking, like, baseball, right? The theory of games is that when you're in a game, you as a person, you ignore the outside world beyond the game. Like, when you're invested in a game, the rules of that game become your entire reality while you're playing the game. So that applies to, like, any type of game. And the art of video games is that relationship. And you can create something really beautiful if you actually build a game around that relationship of the player and the game. This is why I think Monster Hunter is really beautiful, because it's a representation, or it's trying to, like, teach you, if done correctly, it could have the potential, because it has for me, but I think it's because I think about it too much. But if they were to really find ways of, you know, making it work, you could communicate as an art form. You could communicate through the video game that humans and nature have to learn to coexist, and that in this game is all about that. And it's also fun. It's fun to sort of have that experience. That, to me, that's what video games are supposed to be. And a lot of video games, especially Western developed video games from big industry, don't feel like they have that at all. Like, it feels like they don't understand that as an art form. A big reason why I love Metal Gear Solid is because I feel like Metal Gear Solid plays around with that relationship of the player and the video game. And it you know, it tests you and makes you do things that other video games don't do. And to me, that's the beauty of the art form. That's so... I don't know. I guess I just think that Sony should be making more Metal Gear Solid and less... what was that? What was that one game? Forspoken? Yeah, less Forspoken. I guess that was more Square Enix. No, that feels like an industry plant game. Like, that feels like... Less remakes of only like 5-year-old games, yeah. Would you say World Rathalos is meaningfully better than 4U Rathalos combat-wise? Yeah, I think Rathalos has only gotten better. But I don't like Rathalos in Rise. Rathalos in Rise, I think he's lost a lot of what made him his own unique monster. It comes down to the use of the fireball, and I think I've talked about it before on these streams, but the thematic use of a fireball versus a fire... versus, like, a fire, flamethrower. A fireball versus flamethrower. I feel like flamethrower attacks are symbolically and thematically more powerful and more intimidating than a fireball. And I believe that it's unfitting for Rathalos to be able to use a flamethrower type attack. And I would prefer if Rathalos stuck to the simple fireballs, and that we keep the flamethrower attacks and the flame lasers for stronger monsters. That's what I prefer. So that's why in Rise I don't like Rathalos. I'm also still upset that Azure Rathalos Pink Rathian didn't happen. My hunter, she just lived through that like it was no problem at all. Rice makes you forget Rathalos is a Talon predator. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, he's limping. Okay. There are way more Japanese games on PC than PlayStation. All the old Falcom games are on PC. You wouldn't mind if Rathalos, Azure Rathalos never returned ever again. Oh, the hate. The hate. No, I do agree that Rathalos is definitely he hunts like a bird. If you look at the way that he hunts any herbivore monster, how does he do it? Through his talons. The fireball is not his main attack. It's just something that he has, and it's probably I would argue it's probably if we're gonna go there, it's like an evolutionary thing that's just sort of a leftover of his draconic roots rather than something that he actually requires. He definitely does not need fire in order to hunt. He can hunt just fine without fire. Why am I carving Rhinopolis? Sure. So I got 3 Fusium, 4 Fire Cell Stone, which is incredible. Like that's really great. Fireball is for competing with other large predators. Yeah, I can see that. Ecology videos uses fireballs to defend turf and kills. Fights with his fire. Yeah. Anyway, look, when I was a kid, again, this is nostalgia. When I was a kid, Yankaku did the little fireball. Rathalos did the big fireball. Gravios did the fire beam. And Teostra did the flamethrower. And in my eyes, Pounder, yes, Scalp. Scalp. Okay, that's great. Alright, what are these? KO. Like I need that. Buster Sword. Bone Lance. Thanks for the garbage. What's your pipe dream monsters for wilds? They're absolutely crazy and just make your day. If my theory came true and Gormagala and Brachydios were in the game. And we get to see Arkfeld and Gormagala just, like, kill each other. And, like, we have to, like, you know, Arkfeld is dangerous to us. But he's not out to kill us. He's only out to kill Gormagala. And your job is to kill Gormagala. But then he evolves into Shagormagala in the hunt. I don't know. It happens. And Arkfeld tries his best, but he's defeated. And it's up to you to finish it off. It's like Arkfeld did the best he can. You have to be the one to finish it. And it's like, yeah, that'd be so cool. Oh. But aside from that, let me think. Crackpot, like, what would it be insane if it was added? The Panther Dragon, Leo Velos, maybe. Velocidrome. Yeah, Velocidrome. Yeah. I'm looking at my monster figures. I'm like, would be crazy. I don't know. Again, I think that the craziest thing would be Gormagala. Like, that's impossible. There's no way Gormagala would be added to the game. That would be insane. Yes, okay. All I need now is 2 more Fuchsia more. I can also... I need people who are... Give Daimyo a rest? No! What are you talking about? No! Absolutely not give Daimyo a rest. Might I suggest a humble Joe be added? Yes, Kiryu. I would love if Devil Joe came back. Devil Joe would be great for Wilds. Daimyo Hermitar and Wilds would be a dream of the childhood. Not joking. This is why I'm saying, like, I want all the old monsters in this game. This is the perfect game for old monsters. Perfect game. Anyway. Shen Gaoren. Imagine they brought back Gypceros. That'd be great. That'd be great. Everyone would hate it. Anyway. Do I do the sword and shield or do I get the longsword? I could make the sword and shield right now. Both are good. Sword and shield. Kirapeko. Kirapeko! Where's Kirapeko? Game of the decade if Gypceros and Velocitron came back. Alright. Let's do sword and shield. Now, to be fair, I'm not very good at sword and shield. Let it be known. I am not very good at sword and shield. I need 2 more pounders, 5 more slime, and steel Uragan Scoot. Velocidrome is never coming back except maybe as a bleed monster? A bleed monster? I guess. Guess I could see that. No, I think the reason why Velocidrome is not coming back is just because the dromes just aren't good as starting monsters anymore. You need something a bit more interesting. I think that's why for Wilds they're making you fight Chatacabra first. Just a better starting monster. I think it teaches you more about the game. The problem with the raptors is they teach you nothing. Like, you fight a raptor once, and you never fight that skeleton ever again. At least with Great Jaggy, he kind of teaches you some of Devil Joe's attacks. Some of Baroth's attacks. But it is so nothing that it's like, why even bother? The only thing it really teaches you is hit the monster and roll out of the way. So, you only really need one. You don't need a lot of them. I think Capcom's figured that out, from a gameplay point of view. Of course, from a nostalgia point of view, of course, if I had the option to choose between Chatacabra or Velocidrome, I'm just going to go with Velocidrome. You know me. But I'm thinking from the perspective of the developers, and that's the conclusion I came to. Do they have any items for me? Rat Carapace, nice. Learn Slime Attack. Select abilities. This has no abilities. Okay. What is that? Brachydios tail. Wow. Thank you. Wait, your mastery is increased? No, it's just the same thing. And I only really want Gatherer on it anyway. Health recovery, yeah. Do I have him set to health recovery too? Select dances. Yeah. Health recovery. I don't care if the drones ever come back personally. I think that they don't really fit Modern Monster Hunter. I would love to have them back, but I understand if Capcom sees them as sort of a something that doesn't need to come back. Alright, slightly higher defense. A new weapon. I think it has blue sharpness, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't know what I'm fighting. What are we fighting? This one? Did I? I did. No, this will be fun. Thundercaller or water? I do water. I want Lunastra to come back. She's my favorite monster. I'm not trolling. That's fair. You know what? That's awesome. I really like Lunastra in 2nd gen. And I thought she was alright in World. I'm definitely not a hater of Lunastra. You're not going to catch me hating on Lunastra. Not exactly my favorite, but no hate. This game deserved to have another map added. Like, just only adding the Misty Peaks. Not enough. Nuh-uh. They needed to add I don't know, forests and hills. Something. The swamp. Yeah, why not the swamp? Or the jungle. I guess there's already the flooded forest. Yeah. What sort of environment do you think should have been good for 3U? Yeah, maybe forest and hills. Yeah, why not? Whatever. Who cares? I have to actually really quickly use the washroom. So I'm going to be right back. Like 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I swear. Oh, BRB. Sorry about that. I'm back. Jacob fell into the toilet? No. No. That's crazy. So let's try out this new slime weapon. Jacob's back from his curated snail. What is the snail bit? I don't understand the snail bit. Whatever that bit is, I had nothing to do with the snails. There was no snail bit. No allegations. I'm beating the snail allegations. There was no snails. Yeah, so I said before, definitely struggle with Sword and Shield. So if I'm extra sloppy, I don't know what has the best motion values either. I can use Sword and Shield in 1st and 2nd gen. Never liked the fact that they removed water combat in Portable 3rd, but I love what they did with the swamp, making it less flooded version of the same forest, fighting on riverbed floor and stuff. You liked it? I wasn't a big fan of it. I think that's why I'm ultimately unhappy with it in Rise. Why I thought it was kind of lame in Rise. But also, I think just the overall art direction in Rise was just not there. They made a mistake with the art direction. Maybe that's a bit bold for me to say. Maybe not a mistake, but it definitely underwhelming. When you look at the concept art for Rise, it had a very different art direction going for it. Wait, did he jump out of the water? He did. That was a creative way of adapting a map. Yeah, of course. Rise went too ham on the Japanese says. It really limited them. No, I don't think they went enough. I think the issue is that they didn't go enough in the Japanese aesthetic direction. It feels half-baked. First thing I see when I join is that red Kezu figure. That's not a figure, that's a person. That's a cosplay. The red Kezu in the video in the stream is that's a cosplay. Is that one of those Japanese videos? Yes, it's one of those like Japanese cosplay meetup LARP, Monster Hunter LARP videos, which are awesome. That's the webcam. Yeah, that's me. That's me right now. That's my webcam. No, that video is awesome. Like, it's actually pretty funny. Some man really cosplayed Red Kezu? Yeah. It would take me a bit to go and get it, because I'd have to like set up the video watch I don't know if my video, my YouTube display, my YouTube capture screen is all set up, because I recently, in order to like allocate space on my computer for Wilds coming out in like 5 months, I went in and I had to like change around a bunch of stuff, and my OBS was kind of, wasn't like reset, but a lot of it was like changed. So I don't know if it would be, it would still work. So I'm not even gonna take the risk. Rather just keep playing the game. When fans had actual passion. I think that the fans still have passion, but it has there's a different feel to the community, and the stuff that people gravitate towards in Monster Hunter is completely changed now. You'll see more people being like, huh, I'm gonna wear the Wiggler hat. As opposed to, I don't know, maybe someone being like, Red Kezu is funny. Very different crowd now. Or like they would do all the funny animations, but 5th gen doesn't have all the funny animations. Like there's no flex after you have a potion. That's all gone. Leave me alone. Such a bad time to lose sharpness. Okay. I'm just gonna leave the area. I like the old fandom better. I guess so. The old fandom also had its own issues, so that's why I don't necessarily like I don't want to necessarily say that, oh, the fandom is better or worse now. I think it's easier to see more opinionated people, and that the more time has gone on, the more opinionated people have gotten on Monster Hunter. I used to be far more accepting of new content in Monster Hunter than I am now. I used to be pretty stuck in my old ways. Jacob, 5th gen fans are just the worst. They don't even like Monster Hunter. That's not true. Of course they like Monster Hunter. That'd be ridiculous to think otherwise. Do I have poison immunity? Why didn't I get poisoned? They like the gameplay, not Monster Hunter. I don't think that's true. I think that applied to all fans. Even when I was growing up, I had a couple friends that literally only played for the gameplay. They did not care for the story or anything, and you know, when they felt the gameplay changed too much in 5th gen, they stopped playing. Are they true Monster Hunter fans? I wouldn't say so. Oh. Okay. I think they liked Monster Hunter for a bit. That's what I think. And that they fell out of it. They fell out of liking it. I want to play 3U so I can experience underwater combat. I've literally only played World and Rise so far. You should. You should give it a shot. Cousin just likes the idea of Monster Hunter. He always plays 3 quests with me, and every new monster comes out, then never touches it again. Yeah, like it. There you go. That, I feel like, is exactly what the truth is. And Capcom wants to stop that. What Capcom wants is they want to figure out a way of preventing that from happening again. So that players play and they don't stop playing and they buy the expansion. Welcome back, Owen. It's always great to see you here. Desperately wish my friends were into Monster Hunter. So, all my friends are into Monster Hunter, but they tend to be not as hyper-focused. I only have like one online friend who dedicates himself to Monster Hunter. Plays all the games. All of them. He's the guy who's unlocking Lao Shen Lung in Monster Hunter G. It's not exactly fun. But he does it because I would say he's like a true Monster Hunter fan. He loves the very essence of it. I'm not sure if I mean, I would like to call myself a true Monster Hunter fan, but maybe I'm not. I don't know. I feel like my appreciation for the series is pretty apparent with all of my ramblings I do, the hours I put into it, and then also just the fan art I've made with my Lego builds. So, will say, I'm definitely a fan of MHWilds. I haven't even played it yet, but I'm very excited for that game. Super excited. I think change is good, but changing too much is not a good thing. I think it depends on what kind of change. So you could change a lot, and every single one of those changes could theoretically be better. I remember watching those old Monster Hunter size comparisons and people's playthroughs when I was, how old? 10 years old. Yeah, no, I mean, I started playing when I was 12 or 13. It's definitely, like, it's almost like a seminal series to me. Like, it's important. It impacted my very way of living, even, I would say. When every other video game has failed me, Monster Hunter is the one I always go back to. I'm really happy that it's made, I guess. I can't blame devs for trying to make their product more popular, but at this point I'm convinced we need like a survival or veteran mode. Maybe that's the solution. I could see that. I could see that as being like a nice middle ground of some kind. The one friend is currently getting into Monster Hunter. I told him not to use Defender gear. Luckily, he's more open to the idea of crafting his own gear anyway. Yeah. I had a friend, online friend, who was like, oh, I'm going to give Monster Hunter a try. You know, it's on sale on Steam. His background is Dark Souls games. He loves the Souls games. I see him playing. And it is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Because it's all Defender gear, of course. Because he doesn't know you're supposed to use anything else. He doesn't understand. Nothing told him anything. And he's like, this game is so much fun. And he's killing Great Jagras at like 5 hits. I'm like, what's happening? And he's like, it's kind of boring though. Because like, it's not really a challenge like Dark Souls. I'm like, ah. And then I see him and how he's playing, and he has it set up where he's trying to like lock onto the monster. Like he has the camera. Maybe it's because he was playing mouse and keyboard. The camera was constantly locked on the monster, and anytime it wasn't, he would like reset it. It was so strange. Like his own relative position didn't matter as much as the monster's relative position. Which I think it's actually the other way around in Monster Hunter. I got poisoned right at the end. Yeah, in veteran mode, going back to base camp has a penalty of paying a lot of zenny, or restocking is only done once. Okay, then I'm not playing. I'm not playing veteran mode. I don't care if I'm a veteran. That was a good change. I stand to that. I stand to that. I thought it was a bad change first too. I mean, I made a whole The Monster Hunter 2 video about it. And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, this was for the best. Some things are meant to be, and restocking at the camp is something that was meant to be. I think that there's other drastic issues with the game that need to be addressed, like how easy it is to get potions is a problem. I don't think having access to your item box is the problem. That's what I've always said. It's not difficult to acquire potions anymore. I think that that's the source of the issue. Hi, Legikers. Started Monster Hunter Try. I didn't play 3DS games. Got into PC games after that, and then I got a Switch. And my best friend, I got Super Ninja U. Then we played World now, and me and Monster Hunter are inseparable. That's great. Like that's. It sort of has that effect on people, and it's not for everyone. The economy is terrible in World. like the cost of goods? What do you mean the economy? Focus camera is awful. It really shouldn't be default. And they added it to, you know, to get those Dark Souls players into it. Thank goodness for a shield. Oh man, is complaining about Monster Hunter... My man is complaining about Monster Hunter economy. World made everything cheaper. Wouldn't that be a good economy? Supply and demand is at a really healthy balance, and... Potions are definitely too easy to get in Iceborne because I have 2,000. Yeah, that's the issue. But frankly, and this is why I really do think people are kidding themselves. Even in the older games, okay, no, not even in the older games. Yeah, I mean, I would say in the older games. You always, you know, had the ability to just go back to camp and use the bed to rest. You could theoretically bring more stuff to make potions. We just didn't do that because it was a lot of extra work. And you could still do that in World. But even then, the truth is, most people don't even go back to the base camp to restock. You just don't. Even if the option is there. You just don't. Because it's a lot of work. And sometimes just brute forcing your way through is what teaches you. And what you know, it's... The option is there, and I think it's really useful for certain situations. But I'll tell you, almost every time in World, the reason I failed the quest was not because I ran out of potions. I fainted the quest because I played poorly. And because the monster hit me and comboed me in a way that was my own fault. It wasn't because I ran out of potions. things get too easy, they lose value. Yeah, I think that acquiring potions is too easy. And in my 3,000 hours of world, I can count the amount of times I went back to the camp for items on a hunt on one hand. Exactly. And it's helpful for new players. And it's helpful for those couple times where you're like, oh, I forgot to bring bowgun ammo. Oh well, I'll just go to the base camp. It's why I'm firm on this. Dark Souls lock-on actually directs your attacks towards the target and has smooth, flexible tracking. Monster Focus Cam doesn't help with its aim. It's so jerky, nauseating. Yeah, no, Monster Hunter was never meant to have lock-on combat. But I feel like that's what focus mode is in Wilds. Like, I have a feeling that focus mode is basically that. Like, it's... Oh. It'd be so cool if he was in Wilds. But he's not coming to Wilds. But it'd be really cool if he was. But Landlocked Lagiacrus won't be very fun anyway. I'll go back to camp when Fatalis carts you. Yeah. But at that point, like, the game is built around that. Like, the game expects you to be going back to your base camp. So it's like, is it really a problem if the game is balanced around you having the ability to go back to your base camp and almost expects you to? Me and my friend really suffer with a bad habit of not eating before leaving on a quest. And the camp really solves that, otherwise it'd be inconvenient to leave the quest entirely. Yeah. How do you make the colors look so vivid? Is this 3DS? This is 3DS. Yeah. No, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate just has really vivid colors. 3 Ultimate just has really vivid colors, that's all. It's base Tri that has more muted colors. But also, a 3DS in general is slightly brighter than the Wii U version. Keep getting drop frames. I do not like the colors in World. Yeah, I am also not a big fan of the color palette in World so much. Quick check. How long have I been streaming for? Does it tell you guys how long I've been streaming for? I like to go until I kind of exhaust the conversation, and then I'll kind of wrap it up. About 3 hours. Because I'll keep going as long as the chat's good. Because what I want is these streams to be fun to watch back. You know, people want to watch it later. There's a lot that they can sort of listen to. 3 hours. I do like another one. I started a bit later. Really glad Capcom went back to the vibrant colors in Rise and Wilds. Yeah, I guess so. Mars does not have good colors in my opinion. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I guess so, but I don't. I think that the art direction in Rise is worse than World, and I'm not huge on World, to be honest. My favorite. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm not gonna talk about the leaks. I'm gonna pretend that they aren't real. You can ask me outside of the VC, but I don't support those. I don't support those leaks. Outside of the stream, not outside of VC. We're not in voice chat right now. But I'm just trying to pretend there's no leaks, 'cause there aren't any. My favorite like art direction in any Monster Hunter is probably Monster Hunter 1, just in general. Followed by probably Monster Hunter 3, like base 3, not this game. Yeah, no, art direction in Monster Hunter 1 is unparalleled. They really figured it out that first time. Wilds is looking pretty good though. It is so difficult to break his back. Love this area of the flooded forest. The water just looks so cold. I remember struggling to capture and try when Cha-Cha leaves. Oh yeah, when Cha-Cha is temporarily gone until you beat Cedius. Or no, until you unlock Cedius. That's what it was. You get to like beat Urigan or something, and then Cha-Cha comes back. I'm excited to use Sword and Shield in Wilds. It looks really fun. I didn't really like it in World too much. Sword and Shield's great. I like this. This was fun. So I'm gonna do one more like easier quest. The background lighting in Rise is too strong. Not enough difference between night and day. Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, that's a huge thing. Nighttime didn't look like nighttime half the time. Said time a lot. No, I'm almost at 4 hours stream. Yeah, I'll do one more. I'm gonna do one more quest. They'll be small. Have you played all mainline Monster Hunter games? Okay, I'll tell you which games I've played, right? I played I never gave Monster Hunter 1 a solid chance. Is that oh, it's Bird Wyvern. That was a Sapphire. I never gave Monster Hunter 1 a solid chance, and that's just because I don't care. I played Portable 1, which has a lot of content for Monster Hunter 1. It's not the same game. It's actually closer to Monster Hunter G. But I played Portable 1. I played Monster Hunter Portable G... What? Monster Hunter G for the Wii. I played that for a bit. And then obviously I played Monster Hunter 2. I played that all the way up. I finished the offline... Not finished, but it's almost finished. And then almost to high rank. I think I was almost at high rank online in Monster Hunter 2. Freedom Unite all the way to completion. We're talking White Fatalis and G rank. Freedom Unite is one of my favorite games. And then I played 3 Ultimate. and portable third. I think I have the most hours in 3 Ultimate. 3 and 3 Ultimate, I've can't decide which one's my favorite. I'm not a huge on portable third. And then I skipped Monster Hunter 4 and I went to 4U. There's no point playing 4 because it wasn't translated. 4 is just a worse version of 4U. There's no point playing 4. So technically I also skipped Freedom 2. I skipped Portable Second. I only played Portable Second G. And then I played Generations, and then Generations Ultimate. I played World, Iceborne, Rise, Sunbreak. I also played a bit of Frontier. So. I also played Dynamic Hunting. Monster Hunter Dynamic Hunting. So. I played a good chunk of the titles. That's pretty much all of them, I guess. But I think it's clarifying that I've never given Monster Hunter 1 a solid chance. I think it's worth clarifying that. Because I did play Portable 1. How far are you into 4U? I've beaten 4U. Sorry, yeah. When I mean the others, like 4U, I've 4U on my original save file on the 3DS, I got to like level 140s of the guild quests. Like I was finding like level 140 Shagru Magala, level 140 Rajang, like end game, at the endest of the end game in that game. Generations Ultimate, I never beat any of the final Deviant quests, but I got pretty close on the Glavenus one. So that's as far as I got. So I guess you could say I'm pretty much at the end. World, Iceborne, I never beat Fatalis, as I said. I beat Elatrion solo, never beat Fatalis. I was just hoping that eventually a couple friends would get there, but none of my friends were ever at that level, so it just never happened. And then Rise, I never bother with the anomaly grind. I beat Amatsu, that's about it. I think Amatsu was the last thing, right? That was the final thing they added to the game. Roy Luderoth, Baroth. Well, these quests suck. There's something easy. Bug hunt. Well, these are horrible. A Lagombi. Yeah, let's do that. That's easy. I didn't want to talk to you. Somehow got to HR 999 for you because it kept me alive during depression. Yeah, same. The game is special. Primordial Melzeno. Oh yeah, Primordial Melzeno came after Amatsu, right. What's the purpose of the guild quests? And for you? It's for an endgame grind for relic equipment. So relic equipment was like the final grind, and theoretically relic equipment is better than regular equipment. Like if you got, I never fought Lagombi? What? All right. But yeah, if you finish, if you get yourself a good set with the relic equipment, it could theoretically be better than any set. I tested it out of curiosity, and using it was using a save editor. I tested what like you could theoretically get in for Ultimate, and you get some really great sets if you grind relic. But grinding relic equipment, we're talking like you're spending like another 1,000 to 3,000 hours just for a marginally better armor set. Like, it really is just meant for, I guess bragging rights. But I'm not bragging. I just was like, oh, screw that. I'm just gonna use the save editor. I've put enough hours into 4U in my lifetime that, like, I don't want to have to ever do that again. And that was not on my main file. That was on, like, a separate file later on. My main file, I did get some pretty cool equipment in 4U when I was grinding. Try Tundra as peak? Yeah, it's pretty good. Those saying no about what we've been shown for Wilds, is everything okay at home? Some people are concerned about gameplay balance. That's what they're concerned about. They're concerned about it being too gimmicky or the gameplay balance. That's sort of the big thing that they're overall worried about. So it's not necessarily that the game looks terrible. I think that they just need to have it in their hands. But I'll be honest, I've seen some people that are genuinely very upset with the game. I've seen their... yeah, I'm gonna out them. It's in the Ratatosker Discord server. That is the most negative I've ever seen anyone. And they're bringing up good, valid points. They are valid points. Valid concerns about the future of Monster Hunter. But a part of me is like, is it Doomer? Is that a level of Doomer? I don't know. Oh yeah, random decorations. That's like a big, it's like a big concern people have still. I don't think it'll be a problem at all. I think that the random decos is gonna be fine. And it's because the fact that the decos are separated into armor decorations and weapon decorations. So the weapon decorations are going to be on your weapons, and the game will be balanced better around it. The Chatacabra, okay, I was watching people play the game and fighting Chatacabra. Chatacabra goes down so fast. And those are people who don't have, like, the people playing it in those demos have clearly never played Monster Hunter before because they just don't know what they're doing. Like, I saw one, like, they chose Longsword, and then they just never used Spirit Gauge. And I'm like, what's happening? And it's just because they've never played it before. It's something that had to happen at some point. Cancel moves, upgrade moves, more fluid attacks. The only thing is RNG for decos and charms. Please no RNG for weapons and sieges, please. Yeah, that would not be good. I don't want RNG weapons and equipment. I think I said it before that I'd be okay with it, but obviously I don't want it. It's just like, what is the lesser of all the evils? I don't know. Was that my first Lagombi? I didn't even check. I skipped through these menus. Rapid fire. It's like I've got the turbo button on. Didn't people play Wilds? You know, sorry, I just want to read this. Random decos are just a non-point considering how awful random charms were in Rise. I think people are forgetting that, like, you didn't just get random charms from quests in Rise. You couldn't do that. Even I forget it because I had a mod that just gave me, if when I went on a quest, it would give me a random roll of talismans. Because that's how it was in the old games. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. That's how it was for decorations in World. Yeah, I don't think it could be any worse than that. It's a completely optional thing. especially something that you could passively forget if you're playing online. You just forget about it. You're like, oh yeah, I gotta go on the next quest, gotta go to the next quest. And then you realize you've done 10 quests and you haven't checked with the melder. Oh, I missed out on potentially rolling. Oh, I gotta wait now. And I'm not waiting, you know what I mean? Ugh. But he didn't let you mine charms either. Yeah, like... Didn't people play Wilds, you know, without a longsword good? No, I'm talking about people who've never played Monster Hunter before. There's some people that... Some people, like, they're... The people that they're giving the controller to are reviewers who have never... industry people, press... that have never played Monster Hunter before. Because they don't want to put the controller in the hands of someone who's already going to buy the game and is already a speedrunner. Because they'll just trivialize the game for the demo. For the demonstration, right? They give it to someone who's either purposefully going to act poor, they overwhelm them with other stuff so they act poor, or they give it to someone who doesn't know how to play so they act poor, so that we simulate a challenge for the demonstration. But even with that simulated challenge, I still saw people kill Chatacabra pretty fast, relatively, with like not playing the game correctly. I shouldn't say that. You're playing the game. If you killed Chatacabra, you played the game correctly. What I mean is like, not playing the game to the meta, or not playing the game to its absolute best you could possibly be playing it. And Chatacabra still went down pretty quick. So. And even like the other demonstrations like Doshagama, I was really worried about health bloat. I don't think health bloat's going to be an issue at all. And I think it comes down to the new systems for weapon skills and armor skills. Not playing an optimal way. Yeah, there you go. Not playing an optimal way. Maybe the demo monsters are nerfed? Yeah. Obviously, like that's not reflective of what the final game is going to be, but I want to hope that they wouldn't suddenly just triple the health pools, like, right? Like, it's probably going to be pretty close to that. I don't know. I would like smaller health pools. I would like, were people skipping through the story demo and killing Chatacabra in less than 5 minutes? I didn't see that. Maybe that might have happened. I didn't see that. So it has been 4 hours, which means I should probably stop. You know, we should end it before the chat sort of dies. End it before I start to lose steam. I want to try and do more often streams. I say that every time. I want to stream more. I'm going to stream more. And then I don't, right? But things are going to change, all right? I'm going to try and go full time with the content creation, with the Lego stuff. I'm making... I shouldn't say that. It's true, but ultimately, like, I've been more successful. That's the word I should say. I've been more successful than I ever have been. And finally, online content creation is viable. Like, this is viable. It's more viable than any other job I've worked. So I have to try. And if it doesn't work, I go back to something safe. But in the meantime, if this is working, take this full time, keep growing, never stop, right? Anyway, I'm gonna figure out the best time to stream. When I do, I'll experiment it a couple more times. It's probably gonna be weekdays. It's probably gonna be early mornings so that I hit the Europe time zone, but I also hit the Western time zone because I gotta get you all. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's quit game here. Okay. I'll just play the music. So, do I have like, I don't have anything to hold on. Like I don't have like a screen where it's like I have the stream is over screen, but I don't have like a screen where like you could cut to me. I just got a haircut. It doesn't matter. I'm so awkward. All right. I want to thank you all for coming out. Thank you so much for coming out. I am going to end the stream here. If you want to support me, the biggest way that you could support me is build those Lego models. Build the Lego models. Send my support that way through the Patreon. I don't know if it's linked below. I hope it is. If not, Google it, you know. But I want to thank you all. It means so much that you guys are all here. And I hope you all have a great night or a great morning, depending on what time it is. And, yeah, I'm going to be releasing Gravios soon. Lego Gravios, so stay tuned for that. All right. See ya! There's supposed to be like something behind the, there's supposed to be something behind the, like, thanks for watching, but it's not there, and it's pissing me off. Where did it go? Where'd it go? I think it should be somewhere in here. It's supposed to have like, there's supposed to be like a loop. Here it is. Found it. Okay. There it is. All right. Have a good night. Bye bye.